Yeah, they hate when you elevate. The second of losses, I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. Yeah, they hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, yeah. I had to elevate. I'm way too fly. Yeah, I'm feeling myself. Ain't no chance I'm coming down, no. Got a soul view to myself, yeah. Why would I give it up? Why do they wanna come take my place? I work too hard for it, don't need a replacement. This my vocation. Now I got rollies all in rotation. Hop on the jet just to take a vacation. Remember the moments was trapped in the basement. Now the hard work is all taking me places. Swatting all black like we trapped in the matrix. Bet on myself and go ball out in Vegas. Living a life like I'm rich and I'm famous. Don't see the grind that I know that it came with. I ain't make it this far for myself, yeah. I had to prove to everybody else. I had to set them straight. Yeah, I had to ball, so I had to renovate. I know they hate when you elevate. The second of losses, I'm handing them out. Yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment. I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly. I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. Yeah, they hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, yeah. I had to elevate. Ooh, yeah. Why they wanna bring me down? So much drip, yeah, I almost drowned in it. I can't come it down. Yeah, I'm way too fired up. I can't slow down. Ooh, yeah, yeah. I see the flashing lights. Make sure the fashion right, yeah. I'm in my bag tonight, yeah. Ooh, I might just pull up a foreign. Watch out, the engine is roaring. It's too loud, you can ignore it. Yeah, yeah. This the highlights for the few. You could have it all, no need to choose. First, let me demonstrate how you can rise to the top. Yeah, I had to elevate, 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 elevate. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. Yeah, they hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, yeah. I had to elevate.
They hate when you elevate. The second of losses, I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly. I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. Losses, I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly. I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight.
They hate when you elevate.
Man, salute to everybody in the building. Salute Ray Davis. Salute to the ATP boxing combat community. Make sure you guys hit the like when you guys are coming in here. We got a show today. Excuse the delay. Had some technical difficulties I was dealing with in the background. But salute to all you guys, man. What's good with you, Ray? Ray on time this morning, everybody. Ray on time. He right here with on time.
New Year's, new time, bro. You know what it is.
Listen, man. Even the clock, even a broken clock, right?
Exactly. Come on, man. Let's keep it real.
Yeah, man. Hope everybody enjoyed their holidays, man.
Yeah.
You know, and we're going into the New Year's. Everything is everything. I'm kind of out of it, man. I was just running around here trying to handle everything that was going wrong over here. Kind of got me on my game. But it's the New Year's. It's the New Year's show. You know what I mean? We are going into a new year, ending a great 2024. 2024 was a great year for boxing. I know, contrary to popular belief, it could have been better, right? But nah, man, I think we had a great year. We're going to talk about a lot of events that happened this year, and obviously we're going to go through the best of this year. You know, best knockout, best fight of the year, best fight of the year, biggest upsets of the year, best trainer of the year, promoter, man of the year, et cetera, et cetera. You know what I mean? Obviously coming full circle to also acknowledging a lot of the things that happened during the year as well, big events. Turkey Al-Sheikh obviously had a great year this year in boxing. We even had Netflix get ushered into the boxing space potentially. We just had a lot of stuff going on. I mean, we're gonna talk about it all, man. We can't just sit here and just act like I'm gonna give it all to you in this little intro. But we got a lot of boxing to talk about. But Ray, catching up with you, man. How's everything been, man? This is my Friday. This is my Saturday, really, or however you want to look at Friday. This is my day off. This is a lot of you guys. This is the beginning of your week. This is one of my favorite days of the week, obviously, letting all the information culminate. A lot of information also has come out during the weekend. Lomachenko and the reasons why he may not have fought. And, Teofimo obviously has put together some situations for himself as well, supposedly, but also, we'll talk about that because I'm hearing things going on in the background as to what's really fueling this whole entire Subriel Matias fight. Teo might not necessarily be on board with that fight. You know what I mean? We'll talk about that. We'll talk about that. But how you been, Ray?
I'm good, man. Let me tell you, Clay. It's been a great year. A lot of growth, a lot of things to reflect on. But ultimately, I'm not really the holiday person, but my family is, and the kids had a blast. The wife got a good gift from me. I'm happy, man. I'm happy to see that they got smiles on their faces. I took my nephews out. My nephew came up from Georgia, so I took him and my son out. They played baseball. They did all types of stuff, man. Took them to the movies, bowling. It was fun, man. It's been a good time, for real.
No, I figured deal you on that, man. It feels good to be able to do that for your family. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
For sure. Let's salute the people that's in the building real quick here. Salute AK Crowder. Salute, Mr. Big Play Bray in the building. Happy New Year's Eve, everyone. Please don't be, I'm going to say bring unnecessary problems, worry, drama into a new year. New Year's, new problems, sending blessings to everyone, man. 100%, Mr. Big Play Bray. I agree with you 100%. Salute. And good morning to Rich Parker, who's already put in his vote. By the way, if you guys see the poll, go ahead and take a shot at that poll. Let's see who fighter of the year is going to be. I already kind of have one, but wanted to see what the community thought about it. And just if you ain't figure out, I just figured out how to put polls up on here. So I'm going to start using that a little bit more often. Pause. You know what I mean? Rich Parko says Usyk fighter of the year, man. Listen, man, a lot of people would agree with you. Mr. Big Play, good morning, boxing family. Let's see here. Secret Dance Move. Salute to you, King. Salute. Mr. Ant McQueen in the building. Scholar amongst gentlemen. Gentlemen amongst gentlemen. You know what I mean? Daniel Dubois wins every award. Number one fan of his right here. Hey, we're not going to go without talking about Daniel Dubois. I mean, talk about reinventing yourself. Comeback of the year, candidate.
Right?
To say the least, is underrated. Where he's at right now, potentially ushering a whole brand new era in the heavyweight division, right? It looks like he's the leader of the new school, challenging the actual standing undisputed champion, people would recognize him to be, but unified champion, Daniel Dubois holding that other belt. But man, what a return to glory, right? In a big way. And we're gonna talk about him. Had a great year. Looking forward to see what he does next year. We all been worried about you, Clay. Oh, you have? Okay. What's going on, Secret Dance Room? You been worried about me? What's the word on the street? I'll be gone out the YouTube space for like 4 days straight. I don't be knowing what all the rumors is, man. I'm doing well. Thank you for worrying about me. You know what I mean?
You heard what it was, Clay.
I don't know, man.
You had to go work for Candyland, man.
I don't know, bro. Man, listen, man. We survived a great year. ATP Combat Media's had a great year as well. You know what I mean? Resilient channel this has been. With everybody here, resilient is underrated. You know what I mean? For us to kind of go through the adversity that we've gone through. Definitely appreciate the prayers and the blessings. I mean, when you didn't go live or on Bluebird Show either. Secret Dance Move. I only go live Tuesday, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. And then between Friday and Monday, I don't go on live. So I don't know if you're talking about on those days, but everything's good, man. Everything's good though. Secret Dance Move. Everything is good, man. So look, man, let's start the build, man. Let's start the build. You know what I mean?
Pause.
Great year of boxing. We've had some obviously prospects, and we can start there probably with prospect of the year. Amazingly enough, as I was really going into this prospect of the year conversation, I thought it was going to be a lot easier for me. I thought it was hands down going to be a certain fighter, right? I think we both on agreement who it would be, but honestly, there was a lot of prospects this year who did a lot of great things. I'm going down the list. Obviously Abdullah Mason on top of the list, but Xander Zayas had a pretty decent year. Carmel Moulton had a pretty decent year outside of his little not making weight situation, which had some perspective on it as to why it didn't happen. Gabriela Fundora became a undisputed champion. I mean, can she be considered prospect? One moment she's prospect, next minute she's an undisputed champion. Caroline Dubois, is coming up in female boxing. Diego Pacheco also has had a decent year, getting into the Canelo Alvarez sweepstakes. Jesse Bam Rodriguez, can we consider him a prospect? I don't know. He's like so young, but he's doing so much in the game. And even like Ernesto Mercado, you know what I'm saying? Who's also been showing face this year. So it wasn't as easy as I thought about. Moses Atuma has had a great year in the heavyweight division, ushering it, now knocking everybody out he gets in the ring with. And everybody's talking about actually moving him in front of a Joseph Parker, or they want to see him in there with a Jared Anderson. He's had a great year. But look, man, I'm gonna be honest with you, man. One guy stood out. He stood out. You know what I mean? It is what it is. You can't take it away from him. I think he fought like 6 times this year, all stoppages. He showed. I know a lot of people threw shots at him because he got sat on his pockets in his last fight 2 times in that fight. But in my opinion, showed a lot of resilience in that fight. You know what I mean? I think that's what that fight showed about him. That the fact that he got put down, got up, and not only did he get back up, but actually stopped the opponent anyway. So that within itself was an accomplishment. Definitely have to give prospect of the year for 2024 to Abdullah Mason. Where you at with it, Ray? Are you there? I don't know if Ray's there. I don't know. He kind of disappeared for a second.
Yeah, no, I'm here. Yeah, I'm here. I just had to deal with the issue real quick. I'm having technical. This year is ending on technical difficulties.
No doubt.
Yeah, you know what I mean? So it's not just you. Yeah, man, I think I'm definitely leaning towards Abdullah Mason. Like I said, I think the high activity puts him in the category to set him apart from everyone else. I think the fact that every fight that he's been in has gotten better. Every challenger has gotten better.
Right.
Him actually having to fight through adversity, getting knocked down twice in one round, and still turning out to win the fight. We did see him get a little uncharacteristic because he wanted that get back. He got the first knockdown back, and then he wanted to get the second one back. But just showing perseverance, man. The whole year I think shows that this guy is definitely a future star in boxing and worlds apart from other prospects at this moment, in my opinion. I think he is to me, he is the guy to wear the crown as prospect of the year.
Yeah, man. I see Secret Dance Move, and look, Secret Dance Move, I ain't gonna lie, I really weighed it out, man. And I agree with you, man. What a great year Moses Atuma has had, man. You just can't take anything away from it, and I can't even be mad at you. It's your choice. You know what I mean? Putting him down to the 2 spot and putting the Atuma up to the 1 spot. Especially he was able to close the year out in such a spectacular way. A lot of people thought that Moses Atuma, in his own way, stole that show. You know what I'm saying? On that card with Usyk and Tyson Fury. I mean, he couldn't steal it. You know what I'm saying? Because it was a great night of heavyweight boxing, and obviously the fighter of the year candidate in Alexander Usyk kind of cemented his spot as the fighter of the year on a lot of people's list based off of that fight. But Moses Atuma really showed improve on that last fight of the year. I mean, it was up in the air between Moses Atuma and Abdullah Mason. I just really edged out Abdullah Mason based off the activity. The man was just super active all year long. That within itself, what was an accomplishment to stop everybody, turn down no smoke, like as he said, an appetite for smoke. I'm definitely interested in seeing what he does next year, but Moses Atuma right there, I can't even argue with you, Secret Dancer, can't even argue with you if you feel that way, because he really had one of those years. He really did. Moses Atuma really shook the space up this year, But let's see here, going down the list of things to talk about. Best of. Who do you think was the upset of the year? Now, I'm trying to get the negative stuff out the way, Ray. You know what I'm saying? Like, because we got a lot of positive stuff to talk about, but we got to talk about the elephants in the room, right? I mean, upset of the year. Who do you think? Did you even think about or put any thought into upset of the year for yourself?
Yeah, I actually put a few out there. It's hard. I mean, you got Jaime McGee was high profile. Definitely lost to a tomato can. We have Lucas Bob.
Yeah, your connection's bad, man.
Is it? You hear me?
Yeah, now I hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, I said you have Lucas Body and his unpredictable upset, his comeback with H2O. And not to mention, last but not least, you have Devin Haney, in my opinion, who, regardless of steroids or not, still that fight as it took place was an upset. It was something that people didn't expect. Everyone had Devin running through the ring, through the fight, and coming back out as champion. And it just didn't go his way that night, regardless of how you look at it. It painted a picture of fans in boxing. So, yeah, that was a huge ordeal in itself as well.
Man, I agree with you and everybody on that list. I mean, I had a couple people on the list. I had Jared Anderson and Martin Bakole, which I don't know if I necessarily felt like that was an upset, but I think the boxing space was upset. I think the heavyweight division in America got upset. A lot of people put a lot of thought and belief and faith in Jared Anderson's ability. Seeing him get dominated that way by Martin Bakole and ultimately stopped seemed like one of the big upsets of the year. Obviously some people felt like Anthony Joshua and Daniel Dubois was an upset. I don't know, why they thought it was an upset, but people were shocked to see, I guess maybe in the way that Anthony Joshua got dominated and put down, that they thought he was that was an upset. And of course, Tim Tszyu and Bakram Murtazaliev, I hope I'm saying that correctly. Huge upset. Another one of those upsets where, at the end of the day, people just weren't aware more so. If you really look at the resume and who Bakram was, it wasn't that much of an upset. But still, to see Tim Tszyu get dominated that way and ultimately stopped inside of 3 or 4 rounds was something to watch and see. Obviously, Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia definitely fits the bill as well. Just built off the antics that Ryan Garcia was running, the mental health issues, the fact that he almost didn't even make the fight. Supposedly he didn't make the weight. He's drinking. He's putting all these videos. He really took out the air out of the competitive nature of that fight, where people felt like Devin was just going to dominate this guy because he was a more focused fighter. And then, obviously we've seen what happened with Ryan Garcia and Devin Haney. And of course, ultimately Jaime Munguia as well, getting stopped by a Frenchman who had only 4 knockouts out of like 26 fights on his record, only had 4 knockouts. Who would have ever seen him coming across the top with a right hand that would put Jaime Munguia on his pockets and unable to recover after a 10 count. Salute to Greenville, and salute to the color in the chat though. Guys, don't be scared to put some color in the chat. Support the channel, man. We appreciate anything you guys got, man. Shout out to Greenville and Mike. Says salute Claim Ray, all the real ones in the chat, man. Salute Greenville and Mike. We appreciate you, man. Thank you, King. But yeah, but I think, listen, I'm being real with you, man. Ultimately, when it came down to me, I had to make upset of the year Munguia versus Rossi. You know what I'm saying? It just was what it was. You know what I mean? Munguia really at the top of the division at 168 pounds, especially with the absence of David Benavidez and David Morrell going up to 175. Everybody kind of looked at Jaime Munguia as the leader of the whole entire movement, right? Going at 168. He competed with Canelo Alvarez, and although there's people say there's no victories and losses, but in many ways, Jaime Munguia did get some victories in the loss against Canelo Alvarez because he competed at such a high level. He did get put on his pockets just like Edgar Berlanga did, but he just competed. You always felt like he was in the fight during the whole fight. He was just in it, and he was always trying to win. So you immediately looked at that fight. I don't know how you felt, Ray, but you immediately looked at that fight and was like, you know what? I don't know who's going to win between him and Edgar Berlanga. I don't know who's going to win between him and David Morrell. He could run it with David Benavidez. You know what? He's going to run it with Caleb Plant. Christian Mbili. Does Christian Mbili beat him? I don't know. This guy really just showed a lot of dog and obviously gathered such a fan base. The Mexican people really got behind him. You know what I mean? And you expected a lot for him. He had a fight this year, stopped the opponent early. Well, I think inside of like 5-6 rounds. I can't really remember off the top of my head, but for him to get in the ring with this so-called tune-up, right? A tune-up fight to keep him busy, and lost everything in one night. Really got knocked out. You know what I mean? Knocked out. Not sleep. He stood back up, but he did not beat that 10 count. He definitely got knocked out. I definitely felt like Jaime Munguia had the big upset of the year. A lot of people are going to be using this as an excuse to not even have to fight him. He's a guy who brings a lot of risk, and getting stopped like that looks like he might have to build himself back up. Watching this fight, Ray, to be honest with you, did this hurt his stock at all to you, just as a boxing fan, or did you kind of like charge this to the game and this is just part of boxing?
Exactly. Second answer, please. Yes, I would definitely say that I'm charging it to the game because it is boxing, and I think with a fight like this is when you want that fighter to come back and to put their information out, not put their revenge on the line. You know what I mean? Go back out there because you believe it was a fluke and prove this guy wrong. We can have the situation where we get the Sugar Shane Mosley with Vernon Forrest. Which it comes down twice. We just, okay, you thought you was proving this guy wrong, but no, he proved you wrong, right? Or we can get the situation with Sugar Ray versus Duran. Yeah, hey, you know what? It was a fluke. I got cut with a shot I didn't see. Let me get back in there and beat him. And then we got to know my situation. So, I mean, it's up to the team and how they feel about it. I do think that it was an incredible victory and upset, in my opinion, because he was not expected to win. But again, this puts a lot of credence on boxing itself. It shows you that, you know, if you don't study your opponent, you don't know who you're getting in the ring with, you're gonna have some issues. And I think that it's okay. Listen, no mas is better than the KO, my brother. But you know what I mean. You made the man sit down and bend the knee. You know what I mean. So, but at the end of the day, I think McGear still has a shot. I think the 168 division is now becoming very clear on who's there, who's the contenders, and you know, with Benavidez and Morrell moving up. And I think you're gonna have a few more fighters moving up soon. It's going to be clear on who's there. It's going to probably be more of a graveyard soon. So at least plenty of opportunity for him to make improvements on. I mean, this is not his. I mean, he hasn't been that great since he got to 168 anyway. You know what I mean? He has performed I think with the big fight against Canelo, but you know, I mean, he's been in a lot of close fights, and he made it. He put himself in that position and he exposed himself a little bit, I guess, to other opponents. And now this just created that ladder. So. We'll see how he does it going forward. I mean, I still have him as a top 5, you know what I mean, a fighter at 168, but we'll see where he is in his next fight if he doesn't rematch this one, and we'll go from there.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I agree with you, man. I don't take a lot away from him in this fight. Look, man, anybody can get clipped, man. Anybody can get clipped. And if we're going to be honest about it, he was winning that fight pretty handily. You know what I'm saying? Up until that point, he put Sarase down in that second round with a great left hook. He was finding him, and I think the more he was finding him, he got a little overconfident. You know what I mean? Just got lulled into the success of the offense that he was putting down, and you know, a lot of his defense opened up a little too much. That right hand coming over the top and just, you know, clipping him. Anybody gets hit with that shot, I don't care who you are, you're risking getting knocked out. You know what I mean? It was clean right across the chin. When you watch it on the replay, and you watch it actually in a slow-mo, you can see his jaw from the back of his head like shift. Like, you know what I mean? He really got a clean shot on him. I still think he is who he is. I said at the end of the fight, I still want to see him fight Edgar Berlanga. I still think he beats Edgar Berlanga. You know what I mean? I think he beats Edgar Berlanga. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, him showing that he's capable of getting dropped like this. Edgar Berlanga got a cannon in that right hand, man, and it could be a difficult task. But hey, the fight still must happen, right? It is a big fight. Mexico versus Puerto Rico. It says a lot. I'm still leaning, in my opinion, though, Clay. I really like this. I mean, I am going to go with this route, but I was leaning towards H2O and Lucas Body because I thought they both came in the ring. H2O was a rising prospect to come out, and he's supposed to be this guy, Lucas Body, a journeyman, being 19-0, looking for the win, and was getting dominated, bro, in that fight by every point you can imagine, and then just had this smoking mirror of a punch come out of nowhere, and you talk about heads being turned and lips and necks turned and jaws upside down. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, when we're talking about devastating knockouts of the year, that definitely is big time in the conversation.
Yeah, boy, that was crazy. But 100%. Yeah, I'm leaning towards the McGear fight. I mean, like when I dig deep and pause into the situation, and I'm looking at the two fighters in comparison to both fights, I think McGear and Sirache was the fight to be the upset of the year, in my opinion.
Right. Well, like I was saying before, just, you know, Jaime, you know what I'm saying, really, he has defensively, he's always shown that he can get hit with some clean shots and his ability to absorb those shots. You know what I mean? Some people might say that Jaime Munguia has one of the best chins in the division. I mean, even fighting against Canelo, he got hit with shots and he did get out in his pockets, but he did absorb a lot of punishment. When you saw him fighting against Derevyanchenko was finding him a lot in that fight as well. He does have to tighten up on that. You know what I'm saying? I think he can, you know, but I gotta acknowledge, like, Edgar Berlanga 100% with that rocket he has in his right hand, like you said, the cannon he has. He poses an issue for Jaime Munguia, but I still think I want to see that fight. I think it's a competitive fight. I think, you know, Jaime can beat Edgar Berlanga. I'm not gonna lie to you. Great fight. Coming off of a loss, probably not going to be the next fight, obviously, but I don't think Jaime Munguia has lost too much stock. Some people will hold this over his head and say that he's a hype train. I still think he's one of those guys at 168. We'll see what he does. We'll see how that turns out. But you know, speaking on Jaime Munguia, and I was about to actually segue into trainers, because Freddie Roach, you know, when you look at the way he fought against John Ryder and you look at the way he fought against Canelo Alvarez, he was way more defensively responsible in those two fights. Stayed behind that jab, really, you know, everything worked behind that jab. In this fight against Saraci, he really didn't work behind that jab. He's really leaping in there and going for these shots. Trainers make a big difference. You know what I mean? Trainers make a big difference. I know he left Freddie Roach alone and went back to his old school trainer that he had. We'll see if he makes some adjustments there. You know what I mean? I think that might be a potential adjustment, that a permanent adjustment he might want to make, is bringing in those trainers that are going to keep him very fundamentally sound. When you get into the top 10 and you start trying to fight for championships and unifications at weights like 168 and divisions like that, you have to become defensively responsible. You got to start becoming sound and be able to get back to that. What you did to get you there, sometimes 40 wins and no defeats and all these knockouts kind of lull these guys. And we talked about this when we seen Jerron Boots Ennis kind of get caught up in that fight against Karen and David Avanesian. And, you know, we've seen a lot of fighters get caught up and lulled into discomfort. Even I would say Abdullah Mason kind of got lulled into that a little bit in his last fight, where he was getting clipped with shots, where he kind of became a little defensively irresponsible, getting hit clean with certain shots. You know, you learn from these situations, but when you get into that conversation, you have to become a little bit more well-rounded. And I think Jaime Munguia is going to have to tap into that. Maybe the trainers have to kind of get leaped in that. And speaking into that and segueing into trainer of the year, somebody who made a huge difference this year, when you talk about taking fighters to the promised land, man, we got to talk about Robert Garcia for sure. Let me acknowledge this super chat in the building. JR Spock in the building. Salute to JR. Question for you boys. Talk to us about macroeconomic or societal changes that will affect boxing in 2025 and 2026 that we don't see coming. Wow.
That's a great question.
Yeah, that question is a really good question, JR. And
that's definitely Midwest, bro. I don't know who asked this question.
Yeah. That's a super great question, man. And I'm gonna be real with you, because in many ways it's up the alley of these two creators right here. We talk about things like this, believe it or not, more often than you might think. We talk about it. You know, for me personally, I think that, you know, boxing has always, for the past couple of years, has been trapped in this America. It kind of left the international space, in my opinion. I don't know about how you feel about it, Ray. Like, it left it, right? And it's like you start seeing like these Eastern Europeans come in, right? You start seeing them, this wave of Eastern Europeans coming, and you starting to see a lot of American boxers like the Jared Andersons of the world, you know, getting exposed when they get in the ring with these guys. Tim Tszyu as well, even though he's international, he's Australian, but still a lot of people slept on Bakram. They didn't acknowledge, you know what I mean, what he really brought to the table, even though he was a champion. And, you know, all these fighters are paying him all this step aside money. They didn't want to fight him. Nobody acknowledged the fact that this guy was really one of the most dangerous guys in the division. I think moving into the future with Turki Al-Sheikh getting involved in boxing and making it more of an international sport again, where you're going to see fights like you wouldn't have seen Raymond Ford in Riyadh fighting against a Nick Ball, or, you know what I mean? Like, or many of other fights, you know, the way you saw Terrence Crawford competing with Islam Makhachev, the way we're talking about Bahachuk right now and what he did with Virgil Ortiz and what we just saw him do with Ishmael Davis. Just looking over the whole entire broad spectrum of the space, I think what we're going to see is boxing's getting ready to go into a straight up international sport again. It's going to be world champions again, legitimate world champions. Obviously, we know what's going on in the heavyweight division as well, right? The heavyweight division is an international division, like, to say the least, right? Like, a matter of fact, America is probably the one who hasn't actually showed face in the heavyweight division yet. We need to see if Jared Anderson can take the sport a little more seriously and come in there. Maybe Michael Hunter, maybe, we got to start seeing what the next generation of American heavyweight boxers are. But going 2025 into 2026, you know what I mean? I got to be honest with you. I think we're gonna see, just with the ability of the American based promotional companies, even when you're seeing like Golden Boy and Top Rank going over to the zone. Well, Top Rank supposedly getting ready to go over to the zone after July. You're going to start seeing it be just off the strength of being able to facilitate these fights monetarily. It's going to become a way more international sport, which I think is great for the sport. I don't know how you feel about it, Ray.
I mean, I'm just saying, with Ivan Drago being in the mindset of all these people in Eastern European boxing, they sure as hell is making a statement. I think that we're starting to see a change, and we're starting to see developments from the Olympics up. They're taking the Olympics. Obviously, we're here and they're taking boxing out of the Olympics, but these guys train and they're training for years and years on out. Same thing in Cuba. It's not, in other parts of the world. These fighters are coming out of different parts of the world globally, and they're creating this atmosphere of where they want to be on the big stage. I mean, at one point, the stage was the United States, was Madison Square Garden, was Vegas, was Atlantic City, was Los Angeles. I can keep going, and now they're trying to find out places in the United States other than those places to even bring fights. You see them bringing them out to DMV. You see them bringing fights to Dallas. You see them bringing fights to Houston and things of that nature. At the end of the day, I would like to see boxing grow in the United States to a degree of bringing more people here, but I just don't think that this is the. I think this could be a safe to say, like an epicenter, but I think still the world still needs to be on notice that they also have fighters, and those boxers are elite, just like the American fighters. And because we don't pay them attention and don't give them the credibility that they do, that they're all dangerous. I mean, like we're just talking about the upset of the year with Sirachi. Nobody knew who this French gentleman was. I certainly didn't. I would have called it a wash anyway. And he came in there and shocked the world. I mean, we got Lucas Vadi out of Canada, right? I didn't know who he was, and he shocked the world. We got Inoue, who's been dominating over there in the Pacific Rim. Dominating as a fighter, and now even looking to take his fights outside of Japan for once. To bring some global recognition. Shakur Stevenson, even on the point of maybe jumping on a Riyadh card to go to England and fight Catterall, that was important to me. That was really big for him if he would made that fight. I'm sorry, not Catterall, excuse me. Cardina. That would have been big for boxing because, again, it's getting international exposure. And I think international exposure is now the next step for the American fighters and boxing in general. Everybody needs to cross paths, and I think it brings a bigger stage and more competitors, making the challenges even better.
Yeah, I agree with you, man. I don't know if that answered too much of the question, JR, but at the end of the day, the purses, and when you're talking about the economy of boxing, it's becoming way more difficult for boxing to be contained in America, and these boxers get these high purses, right? It's obviously there was some holes in the business model of what a lot of PBC, one of them, obviously, just being honest, not to throw shots at them, but just highlighting the fact of the year they just had. Difficult to say the least to facilitate these fights on a money, right? On a money conversation. So it's going to become more international, especially if Turkey is going to be the one leading the way. A lot of fights are going to be going overseas. Purses are going to start becoming a lot more attainable, though, for these fighters. A lot more competitive fights because obviously internationally the sport is still looked at with a legacy foundation to it. It's still driven by legacy. It's not just off face value, off of social media presence or fan favorites necessarily. There's still a legacy facet to the sport that, in my opinion, in America has been getting ignored for years, and internationally it's not the same thing. So we're going to see boxing become more legacy driven. You're going to see fighters who are wanting to make money jumping on the legacy train. I think it's going to affect it a lot, and we're seeing it change slowly. By the time 2026 comes around, the champion will get the respect that he's supposed to have. You know what I mean? Like, he will get acknowledged for who he is. It is what it is, you know. But, you know, trainer of the year. Hope that answered the question somewhat for you, JR. That was a great question, brother.
Went low.
So look, trainer of the year, man. Trainer of the year, man. There was some there weren't really a lot. I'll be honest with you. Trainers of the year, there were a lot of trainers this year. I think about Don Charles, obviously, with Daniel Dubois. I think about Bozy, however you want to look at it, Bozy, Bozy and Andy Cruz and what he's doing with Stephen Fulton and what he's doing with Boots Ennis, even though I still have questions in my mind about what's going on over there. I don't know if Stephen Fulton is supposed to be fighting like Boots Ennis. We'll see what happens in his Brandon Figueroa fight. And I'll be honest with you, the Andy Cruz that fought Antonio Moran, I was impressed to a degree, but I saw the part that Bozy brought to the table, the boots that was showing up in Andy Cruz, and I seen him get in trouble with that. Seen him kind of revert back to that amateur background coming from Cuba that he brought, and that seemed to be what actually crossed the line and gave him that victory in that fight. But ultimately, I think when you're talking about just constantly in the space with some of the best fighters in the space, with Bam Rodriguez, Virgil Ortiz, Rayo Venezuela, you got to give it to Robert Garcia for what he's done this year as a trainer. Got to recognize him. I would think that he's trainer of the year. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm giving it to Robert Garcia. I'm gonna give him on the benefit of this. When you look at his percentage of wins of all the fights he had, he's definitely over 80%, right? In the one category. Then you think about all the fighters that he put in the ring this year. Like, I know he has a whole team with his two sons and his I think his nephew or something, or his brother or something, or there to help train, right? So you figure with all those guys there in the gym with him, and he's getting in the ring with those guys, coaching, and know what these guys are doing, what they're attacking, takes a lot. I mean, he had about 16 fighters this year, Clay. He put in the ring.
100%.
And to be able to know what plan you're putting together for each fighter and not confuse it, and be able to show the consistency of, like I said, the high win rate with all your fighters says a lot as a trainer. And
different fighters, Ray. It's not like, like when you look at Derek was trainer of the year, right? And you look at what he did with like Errol and Charlo, but they all kind of fought the same way. He kind of gave them all that same blueprint, kind of like template. He kind of like stuck them in a template, and kind of it worked out. But Robert Garcia has Bam, who's like this, finesse boxer puncher, but still, this boxer, high IQ boxer. Then you have Virgil Ortiz, this come forward kind of dude, you know what I'm saying? Who kind of works the way he does. Then you go to Rayo. He literally changed Rayo, in my opinion, from a walk forward puncher boxer into this like finesser who was moving around the ring and being slick and beat the Isak Pitbull Cruz. I mean, he's had to work with different levels of fighters, and he seems like he's done what I've heard trainers talk about their job is. And Roy Jones talked about this before. He said, a good trainer is going to take what you have that's good and capitalize on that. He's not going to try to change you completely into another fighter. He's going to find what you do, and he's going to improve on what you do to make you the best version of yourself. And I think he really highlighted that. What do you think about that?
That's exactly where I was going with it. I don't even have to say no more, Clay. I mean, shoot, it's like you just, read my mind. Pause. Because I was gonna say something else, why I paused it. Because but anyway, yeah, man. Like when you see all those things and you put it together, like you just mentioned, all the fighters that we just mentioned, all the fights that we did, that we have in mind of Robert Garcia performing as a trainer this year, he literally put the the recipe together for each fighter and made them successful. Even like I said, I think he had like 2 losses out of this whole run, or 3 losses out of this whole run, and that says a lot. That says a lot, and to be able to do it, and big up. You mentioned Freddie Roach earlier. Big up to Freddie Roach, man, because Freddie Roach was capable of doing the same thing, same as Emmanuel Stewart. But I don't think they had a large stable like this. I don't think they were going out there with like a large number of fighters, 16 fighters, and able to be successful like this, man. This is really respect to Robert Garcia, and he deserves the the Emmanuel Stewart Award for Trainer of the Year.
Man, I agree with you 100%. Show improve, maybe show improve, man. End of the year, and even going into his next year, the fights that he's going to be part of. You know what I mean? Being part of that Riyadh card that he has with Virgil Ortiz. I'm really going to be watching that fight because Virgil faced so much adversity in his last fights against Serhii Bohachuk. He won that fight. A lot of people push back at the idea of it, saying whether he won or not. But listen, man, I want to see him. I want to see the adjustments, man. I think he's with the right team, and I think making out of that fight with that victory, I think Virgil Ortiz is going to become an even bigger problem in boxing now. And I think Robert Garcia saw a lot of things and is going to be processing that data and making him who I think he might be in the 154 division. Shout out to Robert Chandler in the building. He says, give me an under-the-radar fighter / prospect who you think next year can make the leap to be a star in 2025, similar to how Keyshawn leaped this year. I got one right now on top of my head, but I'm definitely interested in what you think, Ray. Take a shot at it.
I know you're going to say Abdullah Mason. So
no. Well, Abdullah Mason is already prospect of the year. Okay. He's saying under the radar.
I know. But he said leap this year. Like, he's basically saying who's going to move into stardom, like into the in my opinion, I think he's saying like who's going to move into being a really good contender in all these fights. And actually I'm trying to see find his name, because I actually do have a guy in mind. I'm thinking Xander Zayas. I think Xander Zayas is actually who I got. That's who I just had to make sure I said his name right. But Xander Zayas, I think, is going to make it's a deep pool in that division of boxers. And now you got a dude moving up to 157. I'm sorry, 154 from 147. Rashidi Ellis, possibly. So that just makes the pool even greater, because he's going to be getting into the mix soon. That says a lot when you got a prospect like him, and you think Bob's going to move in the right way. And now that he's on DAZN, there's going to be a lot of matchmaking for him. If they do make that deal with DAZN, there's going to be a lot of matchmaking, and you're going to see him in some great fights coming forward in 2025 to 2026. And I think he's going to have enough where he shows that he is the star. And you're going to see how good this guy really is. And hopefully we don't get any disappointments. But right now I got my money on Xander Zayas.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. That was definitely the name I was going to come up with. He was actually second on my list for prospect. You know what I'm saying? Right here. You know what I'm saying? Right underneath Abdullah Mason was Xander Zayas right there. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man, Xander, bro. Xander's going to be the one I'm looking forward to see what he does next year. He was literally almost in the conversation this year. He almost jumped into an opportunity to fight against Virgil Ortiz this year as a replacement to Jaron Boots Ennis backing out that fight with Virgil. But Bob Arum, has never been the kind of guy who likes to put his big prospects in harm's way. He was very upset what happened with Jared Anderson and Martin Bacoli. So he, in my opinion, he got in front of that happening with Xander Zayas. He said, kid, you probably could fight him, but let's go ahead and just stick to the program. Let's develop you, put you in a position that we want to put you in. You don't need to be up in there with the biggest killers proving yourself just yet. But this kid shows improves every fight. He's growing. I've literally seen this kid go from like a young prospect who you just kind of like knew had a bright future, but he's grown into a man, in so many ways in such a little bit of time. I think he's going to do great things, and you're right. He's in a hornet's nest of a division at 154, and people just aren't talking about him the way they probably should be because of how stacked that division is. But I think a couple of fights away, man, 1 or 2 fights away. Let's see what the matchmaking is next year. I definitely think Xander Zayas is that under the radar prospect that could take a big leap in 2025 and become a big star. Same way Keyshawn Davis did, man. Like literally.
I mean, there are some other mentions in the chat, but I gotta put the Jersey cat in there too, right?
We're gonna do it.
You know what I mean? I gotta put Keith in the
picture. You want to keep Cologne?
Listen, I gotta put him in the picture because I think he's like right now at 3-0, and I think he's got a couple of fights this year on coming up, and I think he's gonna move into the big fight soon. And when we see him move to, because he already had one on Top Rank, right? Under undercard, if I'm not mistaken. I think he was on one of those prelims. But when y'all start seeing Keith Cologne get in the ring, man. That guy's talented. He's at another level in himself, and I think he's going to actually show a lot of people too of who he really is. So, I'm actually going to dig deep. I'm not going to put him there yet because I still got Xander's eyes, but I'm going to dig deep into that pot of gold. I'm going to keep Colon there. That's solid number 2 or 1A, as also a prospect of the year in 2025, and people are going to be watching him. I promise you.
Yeah, I'm watching him now. I agree with you, man. You gotta acknowledge, and I think it's all stoppages too. That in his first 3 fights, right? 12 weeks. Nah, I agree with you. I think Keith Colon. I don't think he's necessarily going to have that standout year next year yet. I think he's going to be more of a 2026 thing with him. He's only 3 fights into his career, but I mean, look, man, I'm watching him now, so I understand where you're coming from. He got my attention right now, so I could imagine when people actually start watching him. He hasn't actually signed to an actual promotional company yet. He still wants to stay independent. I actually just seen him get interviewed a few days ago. Do a little interview, you know what I mean? And just speaking about, his status as far as signing with a bigger company like a Matchroom or a Top Rank or a Golden Boy, and saying he wasn't so eager to do it because he was able to sell tickets. He's still able to make money off these fights he's having in these small halls and ballrooms that he's having fights in. He said, "Listen, man, I'm going to keep building my value, fighting, stepping up my competition, and ultimately when the offers start coming my way, I want them to be pretty decent offers. There's no pressure on me." I thought it was a real mature of him to speak that way, just to understand that, listen, most people who take these deals at such young ages is because they need to. They're coming out of these dire situations to where, getting paid $4,000 to $5,000 guaranteed in a fight makes a difference. But he's saying, ultimately, I'm making that selling tickets. People come out to see me. I have somewhat of a fan base. People actually looking for me, just like we're talking about him right now. When he's going to fight on a card, people show up for him. They support him. It's going to be interesting to see who he becomes. I think he's definitely there, but just in the spirit of the conversation, Xander is literally there. You know what I mean? Like Xander is just like, he's a top rank. He's like the Golden Boy of Top Rank right now. He's like that. Bob Arum, he has these fighters that he like, when you talk about Keyshawn Davis, or when you talk about Abdullah Mason, and obviously when you talk about Xander Zayas, right? You know what I'm saying? This is the future of Top Rank. Officially cemented as, and they're handling them with white gloves, you know what I mean, to get them where they need to be. They expect these guys to be big stars, but no, look, Keith Colon's definitely, listen, man, he has a bright future ahead of him. A young bull, man, a real young bull, 3-0 right now.
Crazy. He's at 126, so he's right there on NOA's door, right? Mm-hmm. So I mean, that's what I'm saying. That's a division he can easily make some noise in, and then move into 130 soon, and we'll see him really. See what he can really showcase. I seen the boy in the gym, and I seen him I haven't seen him in the ring live. I have, of course, some videos of him because I got family and relatives that deal with him. They go to the same gym as him. But bro, this guy is definitely a force to be reckoned with. And I'm telling you, Xander's eyes to me is already there. Kind of, it's like
he's just a fight or two away. Like he's there.
Right, he's in the crossover report. So when I read the question, Clay, I'm like. That's why I say he's my 1A. You know what I mean? Because I think Xander's eyes is still a prospect, but he's like on that crossover point where Keith Colon is just starting, and bro, he's gonna be fun to watch. I promise y'all. If y'all haven't seen it, go YouTube the videos, man. The guy's he's talented. He's talented, very talented.
I agree with you. For Charles Conwell is a problem. Yeah, Robert Chandler for sure. Charles Conwell, but he's not a prospect. I won't diss that guy like that. That guy's a legitimate contender on any given Sunday.
Oh, well, with Golden Boy, everybody's a prospect, Clay. Remember that. That's Bernard Hopkins.
Shout out to Bernard Hopkins, man. Shout out to Bernard. But continue. In my opinion, Mason versus Johan fight of the year. There was some great fights. That was a good fight, but man, we'll talk about. I mean, I think there's an obvious fight of the year when we're talking about that. But there are other fights, I don't know, with the fight of the year conversation, it's kind of like there's one part of the conversation that's about action, just lit, just entertaining to watch. And then there's the other part, which is significance, history making. You know what I'm saying? And you got all these different fights that you have to take into consideration. So there's 2 fights that I think fight against each other for fight of the year. We'll talk about that when we jump into that. But there's 2 specific fights that butt heads for me. And one is way more legacy driven than the other one, but the other one is way more. That's what you want to see in boxing, competitive, and, more capturing the spirit of what Stick Talk Richie said right here about Mason and Johan fighting. I understand when you say that, what you mean, because I understand how that fight looked. But there's a fight that captured that spirit even more than the Mason and Johan fight. But then there's a fight that was just like historical.
Right. And just a little hint, y'all. It ain't Jake Paul and Mike Tyson.
Yeah, I promise you that. Check that off your list. That's not the one we're talking about. You know what I mean? But you know, let's get into a little bit of events. A little bit. We're going to come off the fight of the best of the year conversation just a little bit, and let's talk about some needle movers a little bit this year. One of the biggest needle movers of this year, Ryan Garcia, Devin Haney. You know what I'm saying? Ryan Garcia finessing Devin Haney shocks the world, right? This fight right here, probably the most eventful fight of the year, 100%. As far as the build up to the fight with all the antics, the actual fight itself, and then the after effects of the fight and everything that came up later with the PEDs and everything that happened. Very eventful fight. Moved the needle in a lot of ways when it came to marketing, because I believe Ryan Garcia also kind of set a standard as to what fighters can get away with. You know, the benefits of controversy, the benefits of having. He really highlighted, let's make everybody hate you. Let me show you how that becomes, and moved the needle in marketing, right? Finesse Devin Haney this year, came in 3.5 pounds overweight, gave Devin Haney, like, I think $200,000 per pound instead of the, I think it was supposed to be $500,000 or $1 million a pound. I think it was the agreement. I can't remember what it was, but he ended up giving him $200,000, really finessed him, and then ultimately, you know, beat Devin Haney, you know, but moved the needle, got suspended for a year, but still one of the most talked about boxers in the space right now. Any opinions? Speak on Ryan Garcia this year in boxing and the movement. I know, you know, personal feelings and everything like that, but, you know, try to be as unbiased as possible and speak to what this kid did, man.
But here's the thing. I mean, I'm not here to judge him outside of anything that he did in a ring. I will say, or building up to the fight that should have been in the ring, right? I'm just going to say it's a never-ending story. It definitely it leaves some cringe, but yet some excitement, some wonder, some, you know what I mean? It's a novel with everything. You know, Ryan Garcia is a walking exciting thought pause on that, because I think when people think of Ryan, they're thinking of different what's he going to do next? Like, you know what I mean? Like a shock culture type person. What's going to happen next? What did he do? What antics? What's this? What's that? But you know what? He earned that. And him earning that, guess what? It gave him the status that he has today, and the following he has even bigger. You know, whether you hate him or love him, Ryan, excuse me, jeez, because they just fought. Ryan Garcia is an anomaly in the sport, and I think he showed where his worth was. And by him showing his worth, he shows that he's definitely a force to be reckoned with when he comes to being a name, being a guy that generates the bag, putting his name out there and doing whatever it takes to sell the fight. Even if it's downing the fight, or whatever the case may be, Ryan has made all things worthwhile, and I think his fans see that as you say, marketing genius, and I think it helps propel him to whatever his next adventures are in his never-ending book.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you, bro. I think hindsight, you got to give Ryan his credit. You know what I mean? Hindsight. Look what's happened for him. You know, outside of a suspension, there's been nothing but positive things happening for Ryan Garcia. And I'll be honest with you, his confidence is settling in. I've seen him in interviews as of late. He's not even on the antics that much anymore. He's a way more serious guy. I don't know what changes he's making, if he's making changes at all, if he did it all on purpose. But, you know, whatever nerves he had going into that Devin Haney fight, you could definitely tell there was PTSD there from what happened between him and Gervonta Tank Davis. You could tell the nerves were driving him crazy. He was really scared of losing against Devin. I mean, you could just tell. People could say whatever they want to say. He was doing a lot of compensating. You know what I'm saying? He was compensating for a lot of fear. Trying to sell the whole entire child abuse, child trafficking, you know, getting real close to God, supposedly, you know, getting into the whole racial energy and just really making everything this real dramatic thing. And you just saw somebody who was compensating. But look, man, it manifested into something I don't believe he thought it was going to be, which was ultimately him beating Devin Haney. And I think that shocked him to a degree. I think the stars aligned for him. You know, him being able to get that victory on top of all those antics that were really there, which I believe were more authentic than people want to give acknowledgement to. I think those antics that people saw, they wanted to think it was a marketing thing, and I think it was beyond marketing. I think we was watching that man have psychotic episodes, you know what I'm saying, on the camera, dealing with the pressure of losing to a Devin Haney after losing to a Gervonta Tank Davis in the manner that he did, and him believing that what happened between him and Gervonta Tank Davis was based off of his not being the A side to the conversation, right? Him having to go ahead and cut that weight, him having to concede to the rehydration clause, doing a lot of things that he felt like lost him the fight. And going into this fight, he didn't want to have any of those things happen. So he got scared of the weight cut. When he saw the weight cut start again, he started to get scared about it. And he was like, you know what? I'm coming in 3.5 pounds. If I'm going to lose this fight, I'm not going to lose this fight because I'm dehydrated or because, you know what I'm saying, I had a bad weight cut or because I didn't get ready. You know what I mean? I'm going to get my edge. I'm going to use the osprey. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to have my edge. I'm not going to sit here and break myself the way he looks at. This is what I believe. This is me speculating. He looked at it like he broke himself to fight against Gervonta. You know what I'm saying? And that he got embarrassed in his career. He wasn't going to let that happen with Devin. He overthought a little bit because 140 should have been your weight class, right? But he didn't want there to be no excuses, and it turned out well for him. And it turns out the boxing space was a lot more lenient, a lot more understanding, right? A lot more empathetic with him taking the PEDs, with him coming overweight. They embraced it, maybe based off of the fighter he was fighting, right? People didn't like Devin, so maybe it was a perfect fighter for him to do all those antics against. It was a perfect fighter and a perfect storm for him to get away with murder, and ultimately boosted his whole market value through the roof. Brought in a whole casual fan base that specifically was supporting him, who didn't know nothing about boxing. I doubt to this day that they know anything about boxing. You know what I'm saying? They just supported him, what he was doing. And now look, Turki Al-Sheikh is talking about making him an ambassador with Riyadh, which means he's going to have a lot of money behind him. The biggest fight that could possibly be made today, outside of maybe Canelo and Terrence or Canelo and David Benavidez, you'd have to say is a rematch between Ryan Garcia and Devin Haney, right? Like, this is the biggest fight possible. And a lot of that is because of the antics that Ryan Garcia did. A lot of this is built behind Ryan Garcia, and obviously Devin Haney following suit in his own way, literally, you know what I'm saying, following suit and not literally as far as filing suit against him and getting into the boxing conversation in a way where the boxing space is not embracing him. But still, man, look, man, all promotion sometimes is good promotion. All marketing is good marketing. They're saying his name. But a lot of this is on the back of Ryan Garcia and the antics that he did. So yes, antics, but marketing genius, I think, is legitimately in the same conversation. When you look at, with hindsight, where Ryan Garcia is today, he's a big deal in the boxing space. He's like right there next to Jake Paul, man. Like, outside of Jake Paul, who's a bigger star and a needle mover than Ryan Garcia right now? I mean, obviously Canelo Alvarez is Canelo Alvarez, but you know I'm going with it. I'm just saying, like, hindsight, this guy was a genius.
I agree. I think I was stating that back before the fight even took place. I was saying this guy's acting like Jake Paul. Looks like he might even try to be pushing himself out of boxing and to get into that field of celebrity boxing or YouTube boxing, so he can get out of that space of professional boxing. It cuts the contract with Oscar. He still makes a lot of money doing what he has to do, like he's doing right now, even though Oscar's taking some money away from him for doing the fight without him, right? And now Oscar's involved. But I think it helps him get away from the real boxing. He becomes a star, just like Jake Paul. And being that he doesn't have to worry about weight and things of that nature, he can select his opponents and he can do what he got to do. And as it comes to that, what's up, Ron Scott? Salute,
Ron Scott, salute. Hold on, salute, Mac. Salute to everybody who we haven't seen, and we didn't call you out yet, as far as like Rich Parker, Mac Majestic, Nerd, Dragonfly Jones. Salute to all you guys, man. You know, we cooking up here. We don't look at the chat as much as we probably should, though. But we see all you guys. Robert Chandler, of course, showing love. Guys, don't forget to hit those like buttons, help the algorithm out, and, you know, feel free to put some color in the chat. We appreciate it, man. But yeah, man, go ahead, Ray. Close it out, and it's Ryan Garcia.
Yeah, absolutely. So as I was saying, I just think that as he's going, as he goes forward. And I think his career in professional boxing, I think he's ready to move on to a different stage. He already recognized he doesn't need belts. And he just can get paid from just doing the things outside of the professional arena. Why not take those chances? Why not be a celebrity boxer? Why not try to make a fight with Floyd or anybody else of that nature and capitalize on big money without, you know what I mean, and using your name and your status, a celebrity social status, to do these things. And you probably don't even have to worry about certain hostility in your system. You know what I mean? People probably won't be tested for that based on the sanctions and whatever takes place in the fight. So, I mean, I think this says a lot in where he can go in the sport. And it may build the sport up just like Jake Paul did at one point, where Jake Paul was the most hated guy, now just became the most beloved genius of boxing, to sell out on Netflix. I mean, it shows growth. And I think me, despite not liking Ryan as a fighter and the things that he did, like you said, keeping it not biased, I think the guy, like you said, marketing genius. I think we'll see though, as the future lays out the red carpet and he walks down it, we'll see where it goes.
Well, let me ask you a question. I said something a little earlier, and as I thought about it and doubled down on it, because I was just coming off the top of my head how I was feeling, but wanted to just kind of stay in this space a little bit and get your opinion on it. Do you think Devin Haney was like just a perfect candidate for Ryan Garcia's antics? Like, you know what I'm saying? Would Ryan Garcia have gotten celebrated the way he did against anybody else? If he would have fought when he fought against Duarte, if he would have popped on a performance enhancement drug, if he would have came in 3.5 pounds overweight, would the boxing space have embraced him the way they embraced him fighting Devin Haney? Like, it's like Devin Haney has so many quote unquote ops in the boxing space based on the way his father pushes him, and based on the people just have a certain energy towards Devin Haney. Was this the perfect candidate? Was this the perfect opponent for Ryan Garcia to fight against, do the things he did and still be celebrated? Did it just work out that way for him?
Yep. And I'm going to tell you why. Two things you hit on. One, Devin is not the most liked and beloved boxer due to Bill Haney, right? Bill Haney spoke on this yesterday on D-Block channel last night, which was pretty cool. He said, you know what I mean? He overlooked some things, right? So it happens, right? Also, the fact that Ryan, you mentioned that Ryan was able to push the envelope, you know what I mean, be a habitual line stepper and do this, and people accepted it due to the fact, again, Devin Haney involved, right? So let's look at the picture in a bigger or a small point, bigger point there, right? Small message, big point. Sorry. And let's talk about how Ryan, right, who knew what he was doing. He fought this guy 7 times. He already knew that Devin, he knew what Devin just did to Regis. I'm pretty sure he had some fears there. Like you said, he didn't want to be afraid of what just happened to Tank. So he knew what things he had to go in to do. Contacted Floyd, probably got some advice from him on how to approach the fight. A lot of things behind the scenes going on, right? Head games, getting into Devin's head, making Devin frustrated, talking about Devin's mom, talking about getting clipped by Tank and this and that, nappy-headed daddy. All these things fueled fire for Devin, the frustrating, make him want to kill Ryan instead of fighting the fight he wants. And what happened? The approach was different. The interaction was different for them two, and Ryan won that battle. Right, Ryan won that mental game. As calm as Devin looked, I think once they got in the ring, Devin just had kill on his mind, and I think that that quickly displayed when Ryan caught him in the first round with that hook. I think it displayed something. I think the fan base was I'm trying to use right words, but they were just excited over it. And I think that they thought that this was the guy to do it. They're glad because their guy Tank just dropped this dude, even though he is a weight drained 136-pound guy that got dropped. You know what I mean? They're just ecstatic that this guy just beat up Devin. He just knocked him 5 feet backwards and made him look like, yo, what just happened? That put a thought in Devin's head, like, man, yo, I thought I was supposed to watch this left hook. Yo, this dude faster than I thought. I never seen this coming. Now, Devin was looking for the get back. He goes in there, he does this. I mean, we don't have to relive the whole fight, but just in a small, like I said, in a small way, I just want to say, yo, what Ryan did to Devin, especially having 7 fights already under their belt, or sorry, was it 6 fights already under their belt? This 7th fight was the key to the madness, and I think this changed the way that Ryan approached, and I think he just took advantage of the situation and the antics and seeing which way buttons he was pushing and how it was working. And I think that helped him propel in the situation.
Yeah, man, I agree with you in everything you were saying, man. I do think that, and shout out to Dragonfly Jones. Dragonfly Jones says, Dev got haters. No, I'm sorry. Dragonfly said when Ryan was calling us monkeys and N-words, that was marketing genius, huh? Let me tell you something, man. The end results define the the ends justify the means. You know what I mean? Look, I'm a black man, proud black man. You know what I'm saying? A Muslim black man. You know what I'm saying? That I don't celebrate not one bit of what Ryan Garcia did when it especially came to the racial energy, right? I mean, I don't celebrate the PEDs. I ain't celebrate the lack of professionalism, coming in 3.5 pounds overweight, the antics, the using the child trafficking as a marketing plan to the things he was highlighting, the conversations he was having, talking about him being violated none of it. But if we're going to speak just quite frankly and unbiasedly and just speak off the results and understanding that we are in a fallen state of a society that celebrates the weirdest things, we know this, right? So we're speaking frankly just towards the means justifying the ends justifying the means for Ryan. In other words, everything that he did manifesting into who he is today, can we respect it off the strength of success, not off the strength of us resonating with it or empathizing with it, you know what I'm saying? Just off the strength of, listen, man, look what ended up happening. You know what I'm saying? Look where he's at today. And can we see him where he's at today without him doing every single bit of that nonsense he did to get here? All these things were factors in it. So yeah, it's cringe. You know what I'm saying? To even reflect on some of the things he said, or like what he talked about with George Floyd, what he talked about about Muslims, what he talked about with N-words, like you said, and the monkeys and all the different things that he may have been involved with. That's cringe to look at. But can we acknowledge the result? Can we acknowledge the result on for him? Yes, I think we can. I think that's it takes some pragmatic, critical thinking. You know what I mean? To separate your feelings and your emotions from it and just speak towards the actual data. But yes, I think we can, man. I definitely think we can. You know what I mean? Salute the 2 cents in the building. Salute, Queen. In a minute, 2 cents. I mean, we'll bring you up in a minute. Give us 1 minute.
Yeah,
I know you probably on lunch or something, right? 2 cents. Let me know if you're on lunch or something. I'll send the link out because I know you be having like a small window to really
but yeah, absolutely. What was said is just wasn't acceptable by society, but it was accepted by society because of the society we live in today. The world we live in today is controversial. They like controversy, they live on it. I mean, look at all the situations that happen that are bad and how people react to these things. I mean, she's on vacay. Oh, well,
okay, 2 cents. Then you can give us a minute then, right? That's what's up, man. That's what's up. You work hard for that, man. I know that PTO level. You feel good to sit at home and get paid anyway, right? That's what it's all about.
Right. We need holiday though. We don't need vacation. We need holiday. We need that whole month off like Europe. But yeah, man, like at the end of the day, like we all know what it is. We all know what he did, and you don't have to respect somebody's character to accept what their goal was and winning that goal. Hey, he did what it took and he won that goal. I don't accept it. But I mean, to answer this question.
I definitely don't respect it, man. I don't respect it. But like I said, hindsight being 2020,
it worked.
That shit worked, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like hindsight being 2020. I mean, and I don't know if we want to hold society accountable much more than we're holding Ryan, you know what I'm saying? As far as like, because we fought back, me, Ray, our circle fought back, pushed back at the idea of him, coming in 3.5 pounds overweight, coming in with performance enhancement drugs, with all the crazy rhetoric he was spreading. We pushed back at the idea that this was somehow some sort of like respectable thing that we should be talking about Ryan Garcia as like something other than what we saw him to be. But hindsight says, look, man, 2025 look like it's going to be very bright for him. And like we said earlier, Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia, quite possibly the biggest fight that could be made in boxing today. You can't say that without acknowledging everything that Ryan did to build up the story behind this fight. You know what I mean? You can't say that this fight is the biggest fight in the world right now, the biggest rematch that could happen without the 3.5 pounds, without the performance enhancement drugs, without the antics. You can't bring that all full circle. You know what I mean? It is what it is.
And one more thing, with Ross Clark, man. Like I agree with you, Ross Clark. Except for the fan part, because some fans are still fans of boxing. But for the most part, I understand. Clay, I just want to say, like, I think what we don't want to do, and I don't want anybody, and this doesn't go for Tuesday, this is anybody in general. I don't want people saying, well, it's only 6 nanograms. Listen, a Tylenol is 500 milligrams, and it can change the whole way you feel for 4 hours in your body as you take one to relax and get rid of a headache, pain in your muscles, or whatever the case may be. So if this is 6 nanograms and it's in your system, that means obviously there was something more in your system, right? And that means that something has helped develop and gave you some type of boost. So I don't want to hear the nanogram things. Number one, it's 0% supposed to be in your body. So it's illegal. It's banned. So if it's banned, I don't want to hear the excuse of it. It was only 6 nanograms. End of story. I'm done with it. You can come up, whoever. You guys can say what y'all want. The fanboys, the fangirls, fan ladies, fan men, fan kids. But I'm done. I don't want to hear about the Osprey conversation. But go ahead.
Yeah. So that being said, you know what I mean? Crazy year for Ryan Garcia. Definitely a needle mover in the space, one of the craziest. I don't want to do that one yet. Let's move on from that one. Let's keep on the antics train. You know what I'm saying? Antics train, man. And like giving props a little bit to Ryan Garcia, explaining how his antics affected the space. I think it leaked into this. I think seeing Teofimo Lopez kind of see what worked for Ryan Garcia, kind of took his notes and tried to get involved in the conversation as well, right? As you know, greatness by any means, you know, what Ryan Garcia showed, Teofimo Lopez wanted to take a shot at that. You know what I mean? Pushing the needle, got into a little bit of cringy conversations themselves, monkey topics, come get the banana topics, things of that nature, but ultimately did his work. The Teofimo Lopez this year decided to not be caught up in boxing so much and got caught up more in the antics, right? I mean, he fought Steve Claggett. He fought Jermaine Ortiz, right? He made these fights happen. What, he fought 3 times a year? No, he didn't fight 3 times this year. Twice, Jermaine, right? He fought Jermaine and he fought Steve Claggett. Who did he fight? Yeah, that's what it was. It was Jermaine Ortiz and Steve Claggett.
Yeah.
But ultimately got into some weird conversations from why Rosa Parks sat in the back of the bus to going to the front of the bus to, you know, obviously him calling himself a banana and challenging all these different monkeys to come get the banana and you know, all the entire reign. Look, it was successful for Ryan Garcia. We just gave him the credit for manifesting the results he got. But Teofimo Lopez, speak on Teofimo Lopez this year, man. What you saw in him, was it greatness by any means? Did it work? What are we looking at with him?
Clown, get the red nose. What was he? What was he? The guy in his fight with Claggett? He came out as the showman, right? The movie, the circus 100%. Guy. He's the circus. He's definitely part of the circus. He's probably the biggest attraction in the circus, which is the bearded lady, in my opinion. And I'm not trying to be funny. I think Teofimo is definitely trying to relive something that he's seen take place. Obviously, we see him in talks with Ryan Garcia. We see him working with certain boxers, trainers, and trying to touch into another side of his boxing fan base. He's trying to move the needle a little bit. But I think that Teofimo has been one of the guys that always been a little controversial, more of his dad than him. He still had a mouth pause. He's talked a lot of crap, but he never went that low. Now him starting to hit below the belt and start attacking races and things of that nature, it just shows like a whole different vibe of things. Especially he sat on stage with Keyshawn Davis and said, "Did I disrespect you, buddy? It wasn't me, you know, and all this stuff." And then to turn around and do it, you know what I mean, just says a whole bunch of things. Him even being in an interview with Najee and using the N-word to describe Tank multiple times. A lot of people look past that moment, but he did, you know what I mean? And he did it in the sense of he was using it as we do. We were kids growing up in the hood or walking in the streets, how we use it. And some people still do today. What's up, Just? Who's that? Oh, yeah, Just do Love.
No, L-Dub, the boxing, the connect.
My bad.
I was waiting for you to finish talking.
Yeah, no doubt. And yeah, man, like just to say that Teofimo was just definitely trying to be the other side of the coin and push that envelope as well. And I don't think I think fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. And I don't think people are going to be fooled this time. I think he got a lot of pushback for it. So we'll see.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. Shout out to Green Villain Mike in the building with another $5 saying Kim Kardashian made a sex tape on a boat and now her whole family rich, her sister a billionaire. Man, listen, that's what I'm saying, man. I mean, I'm not respecting what Kim did. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't, but you can't knock the results, right? You can't. I mean, we can also give respect to the fact that whatever the Kardashians are to this day, you know, Kim's antics in that situation played its part in it. You know, I'm sure other things did too. Good business, good lawyers, good you know, I mean, the mother, you know, I'm sure they had all these moving parts that took advantage of it in the right way. But ultimately, the foundation of it all is, you know, she got it. You know what they say, the ends justify the means. You know what I mean? Right. Definitely hear you on that, Greenville, for sure. Thanks for continuing to put some call in the chat, guys. Salute to you guys for supporting the chat as well, man. Appreciate the color for sure, man. Let's see here. Yeah, but Teofimo Lopez, man, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? The antics, in my opinion, just to wrap that up and keep it real simple, hasn't worked yet. Getting into the Teofimo conversation, he didn't get the Terrence Crawford fight. He didn't get the Boots Ennis fight. He wasn't able to solidify himself into a big fight. Still hasn't done a pay-per-view yet. Bob Arum pushing the needle with him right now, lining him up against Subriel Matias, supposedly for mid-March. You haven't even heard Teofimo and his team market it or push it yet. That leads me to believe that wasn't a first choice, second choice, third choice, or a choice at all for Teofimo. Seems like Bob Arum may be pushing Teofimo in the direction of barbecue time or mildew time. At the end of the day, you're a boxer, and if you're not fighting, just like truck driving, if the wheels ain't turning, we not earning. You know what I'm saying? So all these antics that Teofimo is getting involved with hasn't manifested. You know what I'm saying? Well, and that's why I said with the Ryan Garcia situation, the stars really just aligned for him. You're right. He had the perfect person to do what he did to, which was Devin Haney, probably one of the most hated, disliked fighters in the space, you know, and he just wasn't going to get the benefit of the doubt. Ryan Garcia does what he did against even Oscar Duarte, or if he did that against obviously Tank Davis. I mean, if he did that against Tank Davis, his career would have been over with. If you'd have got caught up with PEDs and coming in 3.5 pounds overweight and saying the things he said, in my opinion, Ryan Garcia's career would have been over with. The whole boxing space would have stepped on that man like a little ant. It would have been like a sledgehammer to an ant. You know what I mean? Devin Haney, being who he was, didn't hold the weight. The result was a lot of fans who just wanted to see Devin Haney get punched in his mouth, hopefully knocked out, stopped, derailed. They got a chance to see that almost happen, and they weren't going to let it go. Matter of fact, when you had this conversation in other chats and other panels, to even bring up what Ryan did, it was like, we don't want to hear none of that. We don't want to hear none of that. Devin Haney didn't put up his right hand. It was just like they just got so nervous that we were trying to take away their moment to celebrate this dude's downfall. He just got away with it all. You know what I mean? It is what it is. You know what I mean? It worked out for him.
Ryan did, and I don't want to keep with Ryan, but Ryan did the most. Like I said, this is why it worked, and you guys understand why I was saying this. And this is actually the short point I was trying to make earlier. Mm-hmm. Ryan took Devin off the list of Tank Davis. He moved him the threat of Devin Haney. He moved that threat, and because he removed that threat, that changed the way that they accepted Ryan because he was the guy to do it. Unfortunately, it's boxing, and I'm not saying that that's 100% true with everybody, but deep down inside, there's a lot of fans that feel that way, and they appreciate him for that, and that's crazy.
No, you're not lying, man. It's the truth, man. It's the truth. What you're saying is the truth, man. And look, I've gotten to the place where, and I've got a video I'm actually putting together for Tank. Somebody got to fight for Tank, man. Because I think the Tank fans aren't fighting for Tank. You know, I've literally been fighting for Tank, even though people say I've been hating on Tank. I've been fighting for Tank, right? And I've been fighting for him to defend himself against his wishy-washy fans, and definitely against what he's really up against, which is not against Devin Haney, which is not against Shakur Stevenson, which is a system of boxing, which is the way he was lulled into believing that he was a boss, that he was a promoter, that he was this big face of boxing. And the smoke that they blew in his direction and how they're dealing with him right now is diabolical. You know what I mean? With the promotion that he's receiving from this company that's supposed to be, had as his best interest, to see how these press conferences have rolled out, to see how the marketing for these fights have rolled out, and Tank Davis communicating to the whole entire boxing space, yo, this is messed up, bro. It's completely taken me out of it's derailed me. I thought I was one person, they treat me like another person. And instead of the fans of Tank Davis talking about what needs to be talked about, which is what's going on with the PBC, what is going on with the PBC and how is this affecting Tank? Because Tank's issues are inward, not outward. Tank has no issues with fighting a Shakur. He has no issues with fighting a Devin. He has no issues with fighting a Lomachenko. He has no issues with fighting nobody. He believes he's the best. We know he has every right to believe he's the best. His issue is the business and the structure around boxing and how it's hurting him, how he knows it. And what do the fans do? They twist his words. His so-called fans twist his words, say that he's just marketing, that this is just antics, that they're basically accusing this dude of crying wolf. You know what I'm saying? Off the strength of trying to sell a fight, and they're not acknowledging him actually speaking to the space and letting you guys know it ain't rosy over here. So it's kind of hilarious to me, because at the end of the day, it's like, who do you guys actually support? Are you guys Tank fans or PBC fans? Because Tank is definitely drawing a line in the sand one way or another, however you want to look at it. Shout out to Dragonfly Jones with a $5 holla in the building. Dragonfly Jones says, how do you see T.O. performing against Matias? You want to speak on that? I got my ideas on it. What do you think about that fight?
Yeah, absolutely. That's an interesting fight. Matias is definitely just like Claggett. He's a come forward fighter. He kind of brings that same type of ability for T.O. to pick and poke his shots at Matias as he's throwing hooks and uppercuts, moving off the back foot, because T.O. likes to fight off the back foot and he likes to move side to side. I don't see him beating a Matias though, because I think what we're missing between Claggett and Matias is the fact that Matias does have footwork. He does move laterally at times. And he actually, when he comes into fight, he actually leads with a jab. He comes in there to throw the jab out, measure you, feint you, make you do stupid stuff. And then he sits when he moves real quick like a predator. He just moves quick, bounces, and then he's all up in the grill in that small space that he likes to be in, that box, that phone booth, and then he capitalizes. And then as you're trying to back out, that's when he catches you with those knockout punches. If you actually watch Matias fights, they kind of like need each other to win the fight. But I just think that it's going to be interesting. I can't call it either way, because I just think that their styles complement each other very well, and it's going to be an interesting fight. Definitely true 50-50 fight in my opinion. I do lean towards Matias because I think Matias has that power. But I think T.O. after he has very good sleeping power. Like he knows how to hit with these awkward punches and as he's moving, you know what I mean? So that also helps. So, but yeah, it's crazy.
I think it's gonna be a great fight. I think Teofimo just, his history, we always talk about it. His history speaks for itself when it comes to the big fights. He steps up. The question for me is, does Teo think this is a big fight? I think his mental space is definitely going to be a big deal in this fight, because I don't know that he's on board with the Subriel Matias fight. I don't know this is a fight that he wanted. It seems like from the outside looking in, Teofimo has been avoiding 140 this whole year pretty much. Outside of Steve Claggett, there was no fights that were interesting at 140. He never pushed for any fights at 140. All his fights were either for Gervonta Tank Davis to come up to 140 and fight him, or him even entertaining going to 135, or him fighting a Terrence Crawford at 154, or even fighting Jerron Boots Ennis at 147. To see this fight get put together, I'll be honest with you, I was happy, but I was also very surprised, because I didn't think Teofimo was looking to fight at 140 anymore. And to see that a fight at 140 happening is not for a unification, that is for Subriel Matias, who hasn't come off of a loss. Even though he lost against Liam Paro, he had a fight in between and did get a second round knockout, but still, not a big name in the space as other people in the division that he could have fought against, right? Obviously him and Devin Haney is a way bigger fight. Him and Brian Norman for that WBO title at 147, in my opinion, would have been a bigger fight. There were fights out there that he wanted to be involved in, and it doesn't seem like he was able to. The antics didn't get him to the promised land, and ultimately he ended back at square one, which is now fighting what people were calling the boogeyman of the 140-pound division, in Subriel Matias. I don't know if this is the fight that he wanted. So I say that to say that when it seems like when Teofimo Lopez isn't mentally locked in, he doesn't perform as well as you would expect him to. He seems like he does better when he has something that he can wake up to, something that he can get up for and get involved with. So if he's locked in, Teofimo Lopez, I tell you guys all the time, is one of the best fighters in the space, in my opinion. I think he's really talented like that. You know what I mean? Even with all of the adversity he goes through with dealing with his father or things of that nature, he's always still one of those guys to me. But unfortunately, he's the kind of guy who fights down to his competition. And depending how he sees Subriel Matias is going to make a big difference on how he performs in this fight. Now, we have to factor in Eddie Reynoso and the changes that he's made to his camp. Eddie Reynoso isn't going to give him as much mental adversity, probably going to help strengthen his mental strength. You know what I'm saying? In this fight, I think it's going to be a 50-50 fight off the strength of what T.O. do we see come in the ring.
Right. And not to mention that T.O.'s biggest problem with Top Rank was not getting paid the money, right?
That's another thing. And I heard they're making this a pay-per-view fight as well. So he should get a pay upgrade in this fight. It's going to be in New York, supposedly. Puerto Rico is going to be in the building because of Subriel, and because a lot of Puerto Ricans have adopted Teofimo as like one of their fighters, but also you have Puerto Ricans who want to see Teofimo get knocked out because of the strength of what he's also said about Puerto Ricans. You know what I mean? Right. He hasn't only talked about black people, he talked about Puerto Ricans as well, you know what I mean? And got a lot of energy coming from that. So which TO shows up that night makes a difference. You got to say it's 50-50 because a TO that's not focused can and will probably get knocked out by a motivated Subriel Matias.
Correct. I agree.
You know what I mean? Shout out to Nine Fingers showing support. Brother, thank you, man. Well, that's a grassroots support right there. Been there from the beginning when this channel was nothing, and it's still here, man. And 9 out of 10 times disagreeing with what we're saying. So you know what I mean? Always appreciate him being here, man.
In all good fun.
Oh yeah, for sure, 100%, man, 100%. But Teofimo, antics. What has it manifested into? In my opinion, nothing. I think it's worked literally against him. And I think the Ryan Garcia antics that we see, if fighters choose to play that position, I think most of them are going to fail and hurt their careers doing that. I think Ryan Garcia's situation legitimately worked because of who he did it to. I think Devin Haney was the prime guy to do it to. There's not too many fighters in the space that he's going to be able to do that to that's going to get him that respect. Even Ryan, if you really pay attention, has fell back off of it. He's even felt the brunt of it a little bit and started to fall back off of that.
Yeah, that's a good question, J.R. Spock. I'm definitely going to answer that for you. But you're right, Clay. And the way to picture this, in case you guys don't know, it's like this. I don't know if you guys ever been in middle school, right? And you have that kid that's like,
we all been in middle school, unless we're dealing with some back.
Yeah, some people score at home. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, it's always that girl you like. And or that guy you like, and for some reason they like your friend that's just weird. And you like, yo, why do you like this person? And you the one like, I'm cool with him. I'm that guy, right? Right. And you doing everything in your power to try to, you know what I mean? You even start acting like this guy to try to get her attention, and it still don't work. Why? And that's what we got here. We got the scene. You know what I mean? We got two tea kettles. One, I don't want to say it. Anyway, we got two different people that have similar situations, but yet so different. And then one has a fan base and a following. So even with the Devin Haney thing, that helped him grow, right? That even pushed him further. With Tank as a former opponent, that helped him grow. Where Tio has been linked to certain fighters and known to not even fight certain people. So because of these things, I think when you try to use those antics and you came off that whole mission of, okay, let me try what this guy does. They're like, yo, we've seen it once. Like I said, we've seen it once. Shame on, you know what I mean? Shame on you. Fool me once. But shame, if you fool me again, shame on me. And we're not letting Tio do that, unfortunately. And that's what it is.
Yeah, man. I mean, I agree with you, man. I agree with you. I think JR said, does T.O. stay with Top Rank at the end of 2024? I'm telling you guys, something's happening. Something's happening in this conversation about Teofimo Lopez. And listen, my spider senses go crazy when I think about
it. Don't do that.
When you think
they start predicting stuff, bro.
Listen, my spider senses go crazy with certain things, and this is one of the things where I'm watching it. I'm not making no statements on it, but I'm going to let you know that I do have my eye on the Teofimo Lopez situation. I think a lot of pieces are moving that we're not seeing. I don't think he wants to be at Top Rank anymore. I definitely believe that he has a contract that he has to honor, and then Bob Arum is a lawyer before anything else. People don't acknowledge that about him. Before he's a promoter or anything like that, he's a lawyer. He used to be a DEA, a lawyer. He used to be, you know what I'm saying, a prosecutor. Like he knows contracts. He understands. DOJ, sorry, lawyer, Department of Justice, lawyer, but he understands the dynamics of contracts, and Teofimo is just not on his level when it comes to those conversations. So all these antics that Teofimo's been doing and trying to stay out of boxing, he's tried to retire. He came back. He talked about how boxing isn't paying him, how he was leaving, and he came back. He's tried many things to get out of his relationship with Top Rank because he doesn't believe they're dealing with him. He's called them out for dealing with black fighters differently than they deal with him. He's done all kinds of things, you know what I mean? Turned down fights at 140, doesn't want to unify, you know what I mean? Doesn't want to fight, like, and even with the antics of calling out Terrence Crawford, which I truly believe was one of the biggest antics I know deep in his heart and his father's heart, and anybody who supports him, y'all know he wasn't gonna get no fight with Terrence Crawford. This was never even close to coming to fruition. This was a complete play of eating time, of playing like he's trying to make a big fight, playing like he's ready to be active. And to me, it was a complete opposite thing for me. It was a complete deflection. It was I'm not fighting. I don't want to fight. I don't like what's going on with Top Rank. So I'm gonna act like I'm chasing down this unachievable fight and show everybody that it's not that I don't want to fight. It's that the bigger fighters don't want to fight me. Nobody was interested in. He almost got away with it with Jerron Boots Ennis. He almost got out of it with Jerron Boots Ennis and was able to get a little bit of cross promotion and maybe touch a turkey bag, maybe touch a turkey bag by dealing with Jerron. But Jerron was way more focused on becoming a unified champion in the division. It didn't work out for him. You've seen him walk away from the Brian Norman fight. That fight was a fight that everybody, if he wanted to go to 147, that was a fight that was right there for him. He's a WBO champion at 140. Brian Norman is a WBO champion at 147. They're both top-ranked fighters. There was no reason for that fight not to happen. He only picks and goes after the fights that he knows aren't realistic, they're going to happen. He's been trying to stay inactive on purpose. He's waiting Bob Arum out, or he's trying to starve Top Rank and force him into a position to either cut him off his contract, or I don't know, maybe capitulate and start paying him, concede and pay him the way he wants to get paid. So just staying focused on the question at hand, does Teofimo stay at Top Rank in 2025? I don't know how many fights he has left on his contract, but this is what I believe. I believe as soon as he can, he will leave Top Rank because I think he's trying to.
That's something we're going to answer later, J.R. Spock. That's a good question too. Clay, I like what you just said, 100% facts. And I just need the lotto numbers because you on your spider senses right now. So I got my paper. Because I tell y'all, when he start predicting stuff, all this stuff come true. So y'all better get y'all numbers right. You ready?
I wish I knew the numbers. I wish I knew the numbers, bro. I wouldn't tell y'all.
Never mind. But yeah, man. Yo, I hate to say it though, man. Like you haven't been proven wrong yet. So even when you had doubts, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Shout out, because I have had a good year. A lot of adversity for this channel. A lot of adversity for me, for being a narrative pusher and things of that nature. And it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? But man, well thought out are my ideas. Speculation always. Always ready to be wrong, but never with any ill intention to hurt anybody. But just enjoying boxing, loving boxing, and seeing it for what it is, and calling for what I see it. But I had a good year though. I ain't gonna lie, I did have a good year at calling some things out. Salute to Barbara D in the building. Happy New Year's to you, Barbara D. I appreciate you showing up and showing some love, man. Salute to you.
Happy New Year's. What we got? So any fighter today you see that we
Oh,
can from it was
yeah,
JR Spot. Yeah,
this one.
yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, that one.
All right. So Ray Davis in chat. Sorry, random question. Are there any active fighters with a style similar to James Toney? Ooh.
That's a great question, right? James Toney was like he was like the clone master. Like he was trying to think of like if I have to think of a character in a
I'm
story.
gonna tell you who too. I got somebody.
I had somebody too, but I'm
Yeah,
gonna
go ahead.
I'm just gonna talk about this real quick and then you can go ahead. I was just saying like James Toney's always been a guy that's been able to mimic, do different styles, use that style to beat you in your own style rather.
Right.
He's always been that type of guy. There are a few fighters out there I do see capable of that. As far as who today I have in mind, I don't know if it's the same person that Clay has in mind, but yeah.
I doubt it's the same person. Well, maybe it might be. I have two people actually, but go ahead. It probably is. Go ahead. Or do you want me to say it, or
you go first?
Okay. I got two people, man. I'm gonna be real with you. I'm gonna be real with you. I think Steve Nelson is very James Toney-ish, and he's very good with his shot selection. He rolls that shoulder pretty well. I like Steve Nelson. You guys watch him. Double down. Just watch Steve Nelson and see if I'm crazy. I think he definitely got a certain energy like that. And then I mean, I'll be honest with you. I was gonna say Bud to a degree because Bud has his moments when he fights like that, especially when he fought against Errol. I felt like there was a lot of James Toney energy in that ring with Errol. Bud was gonna be the second one. And I think I see somebody here put Troy Isley.
That's where I was going.
Yeah, Troy Isley definitely has that about him as well. Yeah.
Yes, sir. I literally was going there. I was like, yo, Troy Isley is the person I see the closest and resembling that style. He's shown that he can even Tevin Farmer in recent times, right?
Tevin definitely looked like that against Zepeda. He was looking like that.
Did he not just fight his fight and damn near beat him? I'm just saying. So but
Boots a little bit too. Boots at times has James Toney energy going on as well.
I think he's more slicker. I think he's more Roy Jones stylish, but it's cool. I can see that.
I think in his moments, you know what I'm saying, when he sits there in the pocket and the way he fights, he does that roll real good too. The way he responds.
Yeah, the way he moves that shoulder in and gets that uppercut back. Yep.
Right. You know what I mean? But we definitely seen. I think Bozy Ennis trains in a very James Toney-ish way. Like trains his fighters like that. You've seen Andy Cruz kind of show some James Toney energy. You've seen Stephen Fulton show some James Toney energy in his last couple fights. You know what I mean? It is what it is. It is. No partners fighting like Toney in the pocket, period. Y'all disrespecting Toney. I don't know, man. Like I said, man, lately Boots has been fighting that way. I'm telling you, man, Steve Nelson, man.
He does.
And I think if Steve Nelson beats Diego Pacheco, you're gonna see a lot of James Toney in that ring that night against Diego Pacheco when they fight. If he beats him, you're gonna see a lot of that.
Put your money with what Clay says, because another prediction. If though, he did say if, he didn't guarantee it.
No, never. Yeah, never gonna guarantee. You know what I mean? But let's continue to move the needle because we got so much to talk about, and obviously we're gonna open the panel up. Believe in it when I tell you we got so much to talk about, so I don't even want to play about it. Let's jump into one more like needle mover of the year. Big year for Terrence Crawford. As he continues to show improve this year. And what does he show improve? He shows improve that he doesn't need the promotional companies. Terrence Crawford is like really fighting against the system in boxing, and he's winning. You know what I mean? Showing that I don't got to sign to the PBC. I don't got to be signed with Top Rank. I can still make the most money. I can still get the biggest fights. I can make this happen. You guys are pushing back at me and telling me that I'm making all the wrong moves, but here I am ushering in a space in boxing to where you guys are seeing this independent energy about a boxer and showing that somebody like a Turki Al-Sheikh will get behind him, having his own huge event, pay-per-view event this year, fighting against Ismail Madrimov, having one of the best cards of the year, in my opinion. I think that was one of the best cards of the year. I don't know, I'm sure people will have their own cards, but, that was one of them. You know what I'm saying? Outside maybe that 5v5, it is what it is. You know what I mean? What do you think about Terrence Crawford this year? Just seeing him this year, even though he only fought once, but how do you feel about Terrence Crawford showing improving this year?
I think he had a tough fight. I think obviously we knew why. Is stepping up to a new division. Sometimes nerves rattle you a little bit. I mean, I think every athlete gets a little nerve rattled, but I think moving up with a puncher and somebody that was slick and then something you never seen before, posed some threats. And I think he's a smart fighter where he knew this. You knew where to pick his shots at, his moments, as it would say. As far as Terrence year going, I mean, hey, moving up and winning the title after you just became undisputed in the new division, that's a great thing, man. That's a great accomplishment. How's he moved forward? I think in his mind, I think he had a few fights in mind. I think it just moved from those fights to Canelo because when he went to 54-4 was not there, which was Jermell Charlo. And I think he doesn't feel like he has to fight anybody else at 54 unless he does a unification for all the belts or whatever the case may be to be 3 times undisputed. He definitely is legacy driven. As far as you saying that he's been able to do things his way this year and in the last couple of years and doesn't have to sign and be independent, that's a good thing. But here's the good and the bad with it. See, promoters and companies, Clay, and I don't want to get off topic. What happens is when you do things like this, they recognize it and they say, you know what? We're not going to let this happen again. This guy fooled us, right? So the Floyd Money Mayweather thing happened, and a lot of people try to duplicate it, and it's not always successful as people try to repeat it. And I think same thing here. I think Bud has been successful in moving on different platforms, doing what he wants. But I think even Devin tried at that point. So I think Devin's getting the cold end of the stick because people don't want to do that. They want to sign to their contracts. Shakur also, you know what I mean? They'll short contract here and there. They want you signed for a couple of fights. They don't want you signed for one fight, which was weird that they offered them one fight from PBC, which I thought was weird. But regardless, they don't want to do these one fight stints because they don't hold any weight. They don't make any money off you. If you win, then what happens? You walk away with whatever you got. If you lose, you know what I mean? That's good for them. Especially if you're fighting their fighter. But it just, to me, it's just like, I don't think people were into that. And thanks to Bud Crawford for opening the eyes of promoters and things like this. So, so he had a good year. That contract with, or that deal with Turki Al-Sheikh he has as being an ambassador is probably going to pay off. We'll see how it goes going forward. Good luck to him in his next fight and whatever the case may be. But we need more action from these guys. Crawford, definitely need Spence back in the ring, need Devin in the ring. So a lot of these guys need to get back in the ring. So, you know what I mean, we can start talking about these fights. But it's, new year. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, for sure, man. Speaking of Turki Al-Sheikh, bringing him in, saying Turki had a great year, probably one of the best. Probably had the best out of everybody in boxing's year. You know what I'm saying? Just what he did for the sport, just staying in the news and only involved in the biggest topics, buying Ring Magazine, you know what I mean? Purchasing a certain percentage of the DAZN boxing. From what I understand, completely anything boxing on DAZN he owns right now. Everything else, the other 90+% or 80+% that's left over is like, cricket and darts and, soccer and tennis and whatever else that rugby, whatever else that the DAZN is doing. What a movement he made this year, man, shaking up the space, man. But more importantly, in my opinion, bringing legacy back to boxing, making it profitable to be a legacy driven fighter. Legacy just didn't, you heard a lot of fighters, especially in America, talking about belts didn't matter. And, Turki's bringing strength back to that conversation, giving these fighters incentive to be legacy-driven fighters, to go for the belts, go for unifications, to go for undisputed. What you think about Turki Al-Sheikh this year, 2024?
I thought what Turki did was pretty good, even releasing a video game. See, a lot of people forgot about that.
Right, undisputed.
You know what I mean? So I think the moves he made has been great. Being an honorary
right.
member, you know what I mean? Not in the Boxing Hall of Fame, an honorary member of the Hall of Fame, to be clear.
Like equivalent to like a Sylvester Stallone, right?
Right. You know what I mean? He just got a trophy, guys. He didn't get a plaque. He's not on the wall. Terrence Bud Crawford got an honorary star too in the Hall of Fame. I don't know if you knew that when Floyd got inducted. Yeah. Okay. So honorary. That doesn't mean that he's in there yet. With that being said, I think he did a lot for boxing. I think this year alone, I'm going to say what he had, like 8 events. So, I mean, that's not like much to say, but he's been on a lot of sponsorships of different fights, from Top Rank to Golden Boy to even a PBC card. He's been a lot of sponsorships around boxing. So he's definitely making his presence known. He's definitely doing it out of the heart, from what he says, from his heart to boxing. You know what I mean? Because he loves boxing so much. He likes to see the sport get back to where it was, regardless if he moves it to a different country, regardless if he takes the fighters out of their countries to fight. You know what I mean? It's him putting the best fight the best, putting the competition in front of the fighter, and he's been giving us that off recognition of just being his people, his henchmen. I would say his henchmen, because I think the people that do his selection, his fight selections and things like that, and they do their research and they give it back and say, hey, this guy's a great fight for this fight. You know what I mean? What do you think? And he stamps it. I think that's a lot to be said. And you know, him having faith in those guys to believe that those guys are going to put boxing back in the right space. As far as Ring Magazine, maybe he makes that belt significant. Maybe that does become the Undisputed Championship, since he tried to make one, right? The Ring Magazine belt. So that way, when somebody gets undisputed or someone dominates the year in the division, maybe they're awarded that belt instead of it just being such as a lineal belt, just to put it some perspective on it and make people want to fight for that trophy. You know what I mean? And be the best in the sport. He did a lot, man. Give Turkey a lot of credit for what he did, man. And shout out to all the promoters and people out there in boxing. Not just Turkey, because, you know, he's definitely been doing his thing, and he's been helping all the other promotional companies out there.
Yeah, I agree with you, man. Bringing the promotional companies together, erasing a lot of these imaginary lines that's been keeping us fans away from getting the fights that we want. I'm personally somebody who's on board with these promoters coming under one umbrella with DAZN. I think that makes it a lot easier to make the biggest fights. I know people are, you know, kind of pushing back at it. They think it kind of messes up with the market, the free market aspect of the space. But listen, the NFL doesn't go through it. The NBA doesn't go through it. You know what I'm saying? The closer boxing can get into a structured sport to where all the best boxers in the world have an opportunity to fight each other, where we're not missing out on big fights because fighters aren't on the right side of the street, I think that benefits the fans, that benefits the boxing. What benefits the fans benefits boxing, because you give us what we want, we give you guys what you want, which is our money, right? We buy the fights on pay-per-view, we show up to the events. Granted, you know, all these fights happening in Riyadh, you know, that's a different part of the conversation, something that needs to be addressed. It's not a perfect system yet. The business model structure of how this is set up still, I'm sure, is getting visited. Obviously, he tried last year to do something in Los Angeles. I think supporting events like what happened last year in Los Angeles would help the conversation move in a better direction for the fan, instead of knocking it and then expecting the guy to get all that hatred and push back and then still demanding that he still come out here and put on another event when he doesn't have to. So I think chess, not checkers. You attract more bees with honey, et cetera, et cetera. You know what I'm saying? Supporting these cards, supporting these events that your fighters are on makes more sense to me than tearing it down and trying to convince them that staying still, staying stagnant, staying inactive is more of a patriotic thing to do in the spirit of keeping boxing alive, rather than pushing, you know what I'm saying, for Turki Al-Sheikh to invest more in boxing, and just, you know, also pushing back at the idea that you want to see more fights happen in America. And you make that argument a lot louder when you support the fights when he brings them to America. So when he did that thing with Los Angeles, instead of shooting at him, be like, he lost all his money on it. This dude don't even know what he doing. Like, this dude got to be here. If I was him, I wouldn't come back either. I still believe he's going to come back. I still think he's going to put events on America. But damn it, it ain't going to be because you guys, you know what I mean, welcomed him with open arms. Trust me, it'll be going against the grain, and probably just on his business savvy of understanding what he wants boxing to be. I have to expect that there's probably going to be events here in America, contrary to popular belief. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is, man. But 2024 Man of the Year in boxing, Turki Al-Sheikh, the most influential face in the boxing space today, with the resources that he controls and how he's used it in boxing to give us two undisputed undisputed light heavyweight champion, an undisputed heavyweight champion, a rematch as well, facilitated for some of the biggest matches that we saw this year, biggest cards that we saw this year, and even going into 2025 with his February 22nd card that he's bringing out. How can you not celebrate Turki Al-Sheikh and give him his flowers and acknowledge his accomplishments in the space, doing more than any other promoter or network has done in boxing in 2024? If I'm a liar, call me out on it. You know what I mean? It's Turki. It's Turki to save the day. You know what I mean? The hero of boxing, the face of boxing in many ways. So salute and celebrating Turki Al-Sheikh and what he's done for the space. You know what I mean?
Right.
Sure. Anything you want to add to that, Ray, or did that pretty much bring it together?
Spares no expense.
That's it. That's it. Man, listen. You know what I mean? And shout out to everybody in the boxing space that's using that term freely now. I'm hearing it a lot more often right now. The spare no expense comment, the unlimited funds and resource comment. You know, we did catch a little bit of heat when I use that metaphorically to just say that it looks like that. But now I see a lot of content creators are becoming way more comfortable with saying that. I doubt anybody will ever give me my flowers or say like, damn, Clay was saying that we was kicking his back and look, this dude is spending it like he printing it, right? It is what it is. You know what I mean? There's no such thing as unlimited funds. But, you know, sometimes when a person spends it a certain way, you know, it's like me saying, let's go to McDonald's. Everybody can get whatever they want. Somebody might say I have unlimited funds. I might not have unlimited funds, but for McDonald's, yeah, I got unlimited funds, bro. If you want to stuff yourself and be caught in the itis and get yourself sick, that's up to you. But ain't no problem paying for some value meals over here. You know what I'm saying? I got everybody in McDonald's. Now we go to a Roof Chris Steakhouse, the limited fun conversation takes on a whole different tone. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. You know what I mean? Where we at here, man? Jack, we'll get into that in a minute. Actually, you know what I want to talk about right now? I want to get into fight of the year candidate, in my opinion. Fight of the year. You know what I mean? Hold on a second. Where is it? This don't make no sense. Did I erase it? I might erase it, bro. I ain't gonna even lie to you. I ain't gonna hold you. That might have been what happened. It is what it is, man.
Poll up there?
Huh?
Yeah, poll, P-O-L-L, not a P-O-L.
Oh, here it is. I found it right here. No, I definitely got a poll up there on Fight of the Year. We'll talk about the end. Blue Blood Sports TV. But I'm his co-host on the Blue Blood Sports TV show. Salute to Blue Blood, man, in the building. Yeah, but fight of the year, Serhii Bohachuk, Virgil Ortiz Jr. A lot of fights of the year, man. A lot of great fights that happened this year. And this is one of those conversations that I wanted to have with you, Ray, because where I feel like this was a fight of the year, I'm going to be honest with you. Yeah, man. Adam Hurley feels like it was the Raymond Ford fight. We can talk about that as well against the Russian, right?
Nick Ball.
Nick Ball was a great fighter too. Nick Ball was a great fight, but he also had that fight right before Nick Ball that was crazy. The one where he knocked the dude out literally in the last seconds of the last round.
Last round knockout, like last minute knockout too.
Right, bro. And a lot of people argue he was losing that fight until that knockout. I don't think he was losing. I think he was kind of bringing it full circle. But I understand where people are coming from. But look, man, he took it out the judge's hands and stopped that dude, bro. Crazy fight. But the two fights that I had up in there, he was definitely in the conversation. But the two fights I had battling against each other was Usyk, Tyson Fury 1. You know what I'm saying, for undisputed. Watching Usyk almost stop Tyson Fury, knocking him from pillar to post. And obviously this fight right here that I've got here that I personally, in my personal opinion, make it the fight of the year for me, which was Serhii Bohachuk against Virgil Ortiz Jr. I think that fight was crazy. It gives you everything you want in a fight. You know what I'm saying? It gives you both these guys were competing. Nobody was taking a step backwards. All the 12 rounds, nonstop action. Fight of the year for me. But where were you at with it? Who's your fight of the year? Because I know you have a lot of candidates.
Yeah, man. I'm sorry, Clay. I know this was a great fight. It was definitely back and forth. It was for a belt, title, whatever the case may be. But I thought my fight of the year was definitely the Nick Ball fight with Raymond Ford. That fight had everything. It went back and forth. It was round. You know what I mean? It was like beginning of rounds to the middle rounds to the late rounds and then the final bell. That fight had everything written all over it. It was definitely something that I was like, yo, this, and this guy is like what, 5'2"? You know what I mean? And he was trouble. You know what I mean? It was a hard contest. I think when Raymond Ford really got into his mind that he had to go out there and win that fight, it was too little, too late.
Right.
But he was in that fight the whole time because I think, when you're fighting somebody of that stature or trying to get combos off and stuff like that, and it's such a microwave oven. You know what I mean? You can't hit this dude the way you want. You got to find that rhythm. And when he found the rhythm, it was just a little too late because Nick Ball kept doing the same thing all day, every day.
He actually buckled Nick Ball. He looked like he was damn near about to stop him in those late, like the 10th or the 8th round. Like,
I thought he hit him in the 5th round and hit him with a nice shot, and that's where people thought he won that round, the 5th round, but it could have been the later rounds.
No, there was a later round where I can pull it up. Raymond Ford buckled.
He backed him up. 9th round.
It was a 9th, right? Is that what you're saying? Yeah. When he heard him, and I was like, oh, is he about to put him down? I didn't think he was going to stop him necessarily, but I thought he was about to be on his pockets. Yeah. Man. He had him buckling and dancing around on the stanky leg. You know what I mean? A great fight. I had like Keyshawn Davis versus Miguel Madueñas. I thought was a great fight. A crazy fight. You know what I mean? That was an undercard of Shakur Stevenson in our term. You didn't like that fight?
That was an acrobatic fight, Paul.
That fight was crazy, bro. But that's when Keyshawn was just not going to back up, staying inside the paint, showing his James Toney energy. You know what I'm saying? Not getting hit, but staying inside the paint. You know what I mean? That was a crazy fight. You know what I mean? Obviously, Daniel Dubois and Anthony Joshua was a crazy fight. You know what I mean? Upset, but a crazy fight.
That also, listen.
Right?
AJ and Daniel Dubois. I did see it. I think we spoke on it. You know what I mean? I did see it coming, but not like that.
Right.
That was not in the crystal ball
domination, right?
You know what I mean? I was like, yeah, I see him winning. I mean, late stoppage, maybe just wearing. Man, I did not see first round put you in your pockets twice, and by the second round, you sitting there crawling on your knees and can't even get to your knees to crawl. Crazy, diabolical, for real.
Yeah, no doubt. And I think a fight that doesn't get talked about a lot too is Sebastian Fundora versus Tim Tszyu. That was a crazy fight, man. Bloody as it was, but it was a crazy fight.
Shout out to PBC because that was the big event of the year. I think that really headlined the year to start the Tim Tszyu Fundora fight, and being that it came off the ends of it being Tim Tszyu versus Keith Thurman, not for a title, and all this controversy that people just was like, I tell you right now, I was like, I'm still in this. I ended up buying the fight, but I was like, I'm still in this. I ain't paying for Tim Tszyu for this guy for no belt, and I ain't doing all that. But then it turned out to be a really good card, and turned out to be an exciting fight. You know what I mean? So it was like from start to finish, it was a great fight. Shout out to the PBC for putting on that card.
Yeah, no doubt, man. That was a decent card, man. And even in another one, Angelillo against Luis Lopez. You know what I'm saying?
Come back to the year.
Huh?
Possibly come back to the year.
Yeah, maybe, man. I mean, it was a crazy. That was a crazy a fight as well, and one of the knockouts of the year too, as well. You know what I'm saying? Candidates in that fight right there. So that definitely was a
bums. Yeah, I can't mess with
Roskal ain't gonna play with it. He gonna talk.
I told you, everybody bum until they fight somebody. Hey,
you know what else was a good fight, Ray? Another fight that was good that I don't think people are gonna talk about. Brian Norman against Santillan was a good fight, bro.
Yeah.
That was a really good fight.
That could be fight of the year too. That was
right there.
Yep, that was a good fight. That was a really good fight.
You know what I mean?
And then put him on the map. You know what I mean? Like, listen, these are all good moments, and not to mention El Rayo, who was against all odds, who put on a great display. Right, dominated that fight.
After rolling up Colbert and
put Colbert in a coma in the middle of the ring.
For real, when you talk about comebacks of the year, Rayo really came back from really came back. You know what I mean? And we're gonna talk about that as well, obviously, right? We definitely gotta talk about comeback of the year. I think I ain't gonna lie to bro. I ain't gonna lie to you, man. I'm gonna give it to Daniel Dubois. You know what I mean? From coming from a guy who don't got no heart to fighting a Jarrell Big Baby Miller the way he fought him, and going into Philip Ergovich getting himself an IBF title, ultimately being upgraded to an IBF champion, and then knocking out Anthony Joshua the way he did. And now he's like the biggest dog in the heavyweight division outside of the legends or whoever you want to look at it in the division of between Alexander, Tyson Fury and things of that nature. It's arguable that Daniel Dubois is the best heavyweight in the world outside of Usyk.
Right. And you know what's crazy? Just to let people know out there, they got losses, yo. They got losses. It didn't affect where they went. Losses don't matter, man.
But that was almost like that. That's what it's all about, though, right, Ray? It was kind of like against all odds, because in this boxing space, if you have a loss, you're checked off the list, right? People just completely check you off the list. And then look what Raya was able to do with a loss. Look what in knockout losses, you know what I'm saying? Knockout losses, you know what I mean? Get stopped by Edwin De Los Santos, getting stopped by Joe Joyce or Usyk, or Alexander Usyk, and to sit here and be at the top of the game, man. It is what it is, man. It is what it is. You know what I mean? It is what it is. But yeah, man. That's where I'm at with it, though. I got Sergey Bohachuk and Virgil Ortiz Jr. There's a lot of fights that could be there. I can't argue with you guys. This year was such a great year in boxing. Whoever you got there as fighter of the year, as fight of the year, I probably ain't gonna argue with you, man. I probably ain't gonna argue with you because there's so many great fights, man. The list gets long. I got at least 6 on my list right here, and that list didn't even include Raymond Ford on it. It's crazy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, some good fights, man.
Great fights. Great fights. Let's see here. What else happened this year, man? Do we want to get in the fighter of the year, and then open the panel up?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah. Fighter of the year. What does the poll say? I'm gonna tell you right now. I thought it'd be a lot more less competitive, but it turned out to be pretty damn competitive. Like I put up the poll here. We got 63 votes in the poll. And we had Daniel Dubois, Artur Beterbiev, Keyshawn Davis, and Alexander Usyk for fighter of the year. Now, every single one of these guys, in my opinion, held the weight. And whoever you picked, I wouldn't argue with you on this list. I don't know if there's other people that you guys wanted to be on the list that I didn't put on there. These were my 4 that up here. Daniel Dubois, we already spoke about the year he had. Artur Beterbiev became undisputed against all odds with an injury. I mean, he's probably like my honorable mention. Keyshawn Davis, I think, had a great year. You know what I'm saying? Where he's at right now, to be in conversations with fighting against Tank Davis, you would not have pictured him being in this conversation at the end of 2023. You know what I mean? This man was suspended, smoking weed, talking crazy, a prospect coming into 2024, and probably had one of the most competitive schedules of the year. Fought nothing but killers. Well, I mean, Jose Pedraza will probably be the weakest candidate that he fought against, somebody who's outside of his prime and also cutting weight to fight him down at 135. But after that, Miguel Madueno, a dog of an opponent, stayed in there, didn't run from that drama, ran right back into a Gustavo Lemos, who came in 6.5 pounds overweight, bringing him down from 140. Didn't even made waste of him inside of like 2 rounds. You know what I'm saying? Made waste of him. He definitely is on my list. I think he's the most, he's the fighter I'm going to be looking at the most next year right now.
Ooh, I like that. We do need Ross Scott up here to give his bums of the year.
Oh, for sure. We might need to do it. We're about to open the panel up for sure. But the winner seems to be, look, bro. Seems to be
winner is, man.
Alexander Usyk, man.
It's clearly a robbery. I'm gonna tell you why.
Alexander Usyk, man, 2024 fighter of the year, bro. A road warrior, bro. An absolute road warrior.
Where's Cobra at on his list?
Huh?
Come on,
if
man.
You don't stop playing with me.
Take Duck Chris Colbert. Come on, man.
Listen,
absolutely. To go fight on Pro Boxing and
where is Chris Colbert anyway? I think didn't he just get stopped on Pro Box? Come on, man. Stop it, bro. Stop it, bro. He just got stopped on Pro Box, bro. This corner through the towel and
yeah, he tripped over a fingernail, man. That was his fault.
It is what it is. It is what it is. But yeah, man, Alexander Usyk, you gotta acknowledge the accolades, the accomplishment. This guy, come on, man. We can't take it away what we've seen of him. You know what I mean? Absolute champion, undisputed cruiserweight. undisputed heavyweight champion, beat Anthony Joshua twice, knocked out Daniel Dubois or stopped him, beat Tyson Fury twice, almost knocked him out in the first fight. I mean, what else do you want to give this guy, man? What do you want to say? How can you not give this guy fight of the year? I mean, I know there's other people in the conversation, but this guy's just had an amazing year, man. Speak on it. Speak on it, Ray.
I mean, listen, for a gentleman that had to fight against all odds, the tyranny of the war of his country and things of that nature, this guy has been nothing but uphill battle and answered every bit of adversity. Got in the ring with the biggest and best fighters, moving up from cruiserweight, just killing all the monsters at heavyweight, leaving no questions unanswered. Looking every bit of the villain that he is, but having a hero heart. You know what I mean? So I think that says a lot for Usyk. I think he's definitely what boxing needs as a character. He does have the right formula for success, and he's successful. Listen, congratulations, man! I definitely got to give him the fighter of the year as well. I think he definitely deserves it. And what more can I say, man? Congratulations to Alexander Usyk.
Alexander Usyk. Listen, man, I hear you, Ross Scott, right? He fought only once this year, but it's about the resume that built up to the situation. It's about the journey. The getting across the finish line to where he's at right now. Alexander Usyk, in my opinion, can retire right now. Right now. He doesn't have to fight another fight. You know what I mean? And I do believe he's going to fight Daniel Dubois, which is going to be another great fight. I think he wins that fight. I don't know. I ain't going to lie. I think Daniel might get him. I ain't going to hold you, bro. But anyway.
I think Daniel wins this time around. But
yeah, I think he wins, yeah. But I got to give him the respect, man. He saw it through, man. And you know, being a channel, this channel right here, we celebrate legacy, bro. We give props to legacy. And for a man to accomplish it, I'm sure a lifetime goal for him to become a heavyweight champion and fight against a giant like Tyson Fury, who was considered to be one of the best probably the best heavyweight of this era of boxing, and school him, you know what I mean? Do it the way he did it. Getting the paychecks he's getting, being a road warrior, by the way, no fights in Ukraine where he's from, all his fights on the road, in the UK, in Riyadh, in America, wherever the fights have to happen, he's not ever fighting at home. His country's is getting bombed up by another country, invaded by another country against all odds, man. This dude makes his sacrifices to get himself to the ultimate goal. You have to ask yourself, with a career like his, it's damn near complete. He's made the money. He's got the accolades and undisputed in the divisions he competed in. He's undefeated. I mean, come on, man. A gold medal in the Olympics, I believe, if I'm correct, right? I mean, this guy's career is just to be celebrated. You can't take that away from him. I have to give this guy fight of the year, or I don't feel like I'd be being true to myself as a real boxing fan. I don't think I'd be true to myself. I think his accomplishments is crazy.
Facts. 100%. 100%.
You know what I mean? It is what it is. You know what I mean? And I would argue, who do you want to give fight of the year if not Alexander Usyk? Who's the other guy that you want to put in front of him? Who is it?
Chris Colbert. I'm sorry.
Yeah. But Ross Scott, I would love to that. Who do you think is fighter of the year? So Ross Scott, who do you think it is? I'm interested. Who do you think is fighter of the year? Who fits the bill better than Alexander Usyk for fighter of the year? Daniel Dubois? Yeah, he's in. I mean, he's on my list. He's on my list.
He's there. I mean, he did go through the gauntlet. You know what I mean? But it is what it is.
Hey, look, he's on the list, man. He was definitely there. I'm assuming that you picked Daniel Dubois. You know what I mean? For three guys most fans thought he would lose to. Well, I don't think I didn't pick him to lose against Jarrell Miller, but Philip Ergovich, I thought it was going to be a tall task for him. And I ain't going to lie, I thought Anthony Joshua was going to beat him. I mean, I hear you, Ross Scott. I ain't going to lie to you. I mean, clearly that's the next fight for Alexander Usyk is against Daniel Dubois. So, you know, it's not far-fetched. You know what I mean? That Daniel Dubois would make your list. I hear you, man. I hear you, man. Daniel Dubois could definitely look. He was on the list. You guys picked. Listen, I got a list right up here. 64 votes. You know what I'm saying? Usyk won it in a landslide, in my opinion. But look, Daniel Dubois did come in second. He did come in second. You know what I mean? But the room said Alexander Usyk.
And if
It
it
is
makes
what
you
it is.
my spot, I voted for Daniel Dubois.
You voted for Daniel Dubois too?
I did. So
Yeah,
for me, yeah. Sadly
Yeah.
to say,
I mean,
Chris
it's not
Colbert
sad.
wasn't there. Chris Colbert wasn't there. He's the only person that reminded me of Chris Colbert.
It is what it is. It is what it is, man. I ain't going. I'm ignoring you when you bring this dude's name up, bro. I refuse to give that any energy.
Not my fault, bro. Listen, prime time is where it's at, bro.
Look, I had him on the list. If you guys wanted him there, you should have voted for him, bro. You should have voted. I'm gonna tell you what's diabolical though. That I got 63 people who hit the poll with only 30 likes on this episode. Wow. I think that's diabolical, bro.
It is crazy.
Well, 43 likes, but whatever, same thing. You know what I'm saying? Crazy. You know what I mean? It is what it is.
In the trees.
Huh?
Hiding in the trees.
You know what it is. You know what it is. But they couldn't help but get involved with the poll, right? Pause.
Yeah.
Pause.
About the
bing, bing. But biggest comeback of the year definitely going to have to be, you know what I mean, Daniel Dubois. You know what I mean? Shout out to Anthony Joshua. Yeah. That is not photoshopped.
Listen,
that's legitimate work right there. That's what it looked like when you're getting that jaw checked. You know what I'm saying? That's what you get paid the big bucks right there for. That's what you get paid the big bucks for. That's Daniel Dubois, you know what I'm saying? Shining. You know what I mean? As you can tell, I'm showing love to Daniel Dubois. I definitely think he's had one of the best years, ushering a brand new era into the heavyweight boxing. Got to give Daniel Dubois his flowers. I did give Alexander Usyk Fighter of the Year, but we definitely can't let this episode go by without celebrating the accomplishments of Daniel Dubois this year. Comeback Fighter of the Year, coming back from where he came from. Speak on it, Ray. Speak on it. You picked him as Fighter of the Year. He didn't make it. And look, don't make me the bad guy. You guys voted on it. Don't make me the bad guy.
It is what it is. I was up in the air between the two of them. Anyway, actually, I forgot one. I was actually thinking of Bam Rodriguez too to put on that list, but we didn't even mention him to be put on the list. In all seriousness, I thought what Bam did this year was very was dope performances. He had all knockouts, all stoppages, even coming through adversity with their Strata fight. Bro, you gotta get credit where credit's due on that. But yeah, at the end of the day, it is what it is. As far as Daniel Dubois is he showed a lot of adversity this year, and I think after last year with the whole thing with losing to Usyk, for him to bounce back and then coming off late 2023 loss when he got his eye socket popped. So I mean, right. So you figure, with those two major losses, I mean, look how he came. Look how far he came, and to turn around to be the champion and walk around with those two L's on his resume that are of significance, and then now being the IBF champion, you know what I mean, says a lot. So, I mean, I look at it in that sense as that's why he, and especially walking through the competition he walked through. It wasn't like he just. You know what I mean? It wasn't like he just went like AJ and just streamed to the meadows. This dude had to go through the forest with the wolves and the headless horsemen and all them, man. Yeah, he did his thing. But you know what I mean? I get it. Usyk. I mean, I kind of see Usyk's point too. Like it was either one for me at this point. You know what I mean? Out of the list. But if Bam was up there, it would have been Bam. I'll be honest with you.
No doubt. Bam was definitely I didn't put him up there. I probably should have put him there over Artur Beterbiev, to be honest with you. I ain't gonna lie to you, you know what I mean? But I had just put that poll up this morning. I didn't even plan on putting the poll up. I just learned how to do it. And I'm like, I'm gonna have fun with this. Let me put some, some people on this list.
People have spoken. It doesn't matter. People have spoken.
That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm trying to say. All the other ones I did myself, but the one with the poll was on you guys. It was up to you guys to steer that near. I left Fighter of the Year up to the channel. I'm saying I didn't want to sit here and give 100 polls, but I'm like, let me give Fighter of the Year. I'm gonna shoot it to you guys. It's your decision what it's gonna be. Pause. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. I'm not gonna take this one. I'm gonna let you guys do it. You know what I'm saying? And that's what you guys put up there. 58% of you guys who showed up to this channel said Alexander Usyk is. So if you're gonna be mad, look at the guy to your left. Look at the guy to your right, and find out where the tyranny really lies at, because there's a political narrative being pushed on this channel for Alexander Usyk to take it. You know, it's like voting. A lot of people talk that crap, and when they jump in booths, let's be real, y'all voting for Trump. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? A lot of under the radar Trump supporters. You know what I'm saying? Who's talking? It is what it is. You know what I'm saying?
Changed when you said that. Like, it looked grew.
Hey, man. Listen, man.
You said Trump. Your beard just turned. You.
Salute Stormy B Man in the building. Salute, man. Salute to Stormy B Man in the building. Let's talk about because I'm about to open the panel up. I definitely want to get some people up in here, but we didn't talk about knockout of the year yet. We haven't talked about it. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Knockout of the year is going to be an argument. So many knockouts this year. I mean, the knockouts. Listen, bro, I stopped at like 7 or 8. I stopped. It's ridiculous. I mean, the knockouts are crazy. You know what I mean? You obviously have Daniel Dubois and Anthony Joshua. You got Lucas Body and Ashton Silva, H2.0. You got Fabio Wardley and Frazier Clark. Even Gervonta had a great knockout this year against Frank Martin. Angela Leo against Luis Lopez. Moses Hatuma ended the year off great. You know what I'm saying? Put himself in the prospect of the year conversation with the way he put Dempsey McKean away. And even a Terrence Williams versus a Jonathan Ososa. You know what I'm saying? Just crazy knockouts that happened this year. But we can only pick one. I didn't put the poll up. You know what I mean? My knockout of the year, I think Ray Davis is going to agree with me. It is what it is, bro. We're going to have to give it to Lucas Body and H2O. It was insane. You know, if you guys didn't see it, you know what? I think I have a clip up here. I watched this clip like 100 times. Now, not 100, but about a solid, like a solid 20. I'll be honest. You know what I'm saying? A solid 20. It's hard to look away. It's one of those clips that's just hard to look away. And not to mention what Ray was saying earlier, just about the underdog energy of the fight. You know what I mean? Hold on, let me pull it up right here. Boom. Let's share it a little bit right here. Hold on here. Hold on here. Let's take a look at it for whatever it's worth. You know what I'm saying? Let's take a look at it, man. It is what it is, right?
Listen, you know, I'm
workout MMA.
Ready? I'm ready.
You want to
And keep in mind. I mean,
look, flatline. Flatline.
I mean, absolutely insane, right? Absolutely insane. I actually want to go back and catch.
They're like 3 minutes past him winning, bro. They try to sit him on the bench. He's flatlining, bro.
I mean, knockout of the year, man. Is it here? Hold on. Let me try to find it here. I think there's a better version where you actually see him breathing and sucking air, trying to keep it together.
For sure.
I mean, winning, looking good in the fight. H2O was looking decent in the fight, man. But look, man, look at the movement right there. Look at the ladder moving around, just hurting him. You know what I'm saying? But here it comes.
Look.
Yeah, hold on.
Because what you got going on is you got H2O's what Blotty's doing. So Blotty
moving around. I mean, doing a good job in the fight. H2O was doing a great job in the fight, but ultimately,
nice. You know, you want to keep doing that.
I think it's here. It comes right here. Boom, boom. I mean,
yo.
I mean, it is what it is. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying?
Look at this. Yo, limbs is gone.
Yo, what's up with the referee? Boom. I mean,
yo, that was like how Apollo fell in Rocky IV.
Snot came out his nose. Here it comes right here. Look. Boom. I mean,
look,
that's PTSD, bro.
If he dies, he dies. That's what he said. Look.
Boom. Jeez.
Come on, man. Listen,
man.
Listen. He landed with the cans. Look.
Good sportsmanlike conduct. Good sportsmanlike conduct. It is what it is, man.
Yeah, man.
It is what it is, man. Knockout of the year, bro. Knockout of the year. If you guys disagree, I mean, feel free to
yeah, absolutely. It's a lot out there that we can say that's knockout of the year. I just think and this was like the first major knockout of the year, wasn't it? What's
major?
comeback?
Yeah, I mean, before this, the knockout of the year would have probably been Tank and Frank, because Tank did like
no, it was one that had earlier than that.
Which one?
It was I forgot the dude on Top Rank that got knocked out in and he had sat him.
Was it Angela Leo?
And no, that was after. He had sat him down, remember? And what's his name? It was before this. Remember the dude that fought Pitbull, and we was like, yo, he's gonna be in a good fight. Zepeda. Remember Zepeda hit dude and he sat him down in the ropes when he's facing the ropes. And he was facing away from the rope, facing the ropes, and he hit him and he knocked him out. Was it an Argentinian dude? That was a crazy knockout too.
I don't remember that, but I know
the dude that fought Pitbull and gave Pitbull some work, and we thought it was going to be
Cabrera.
We thought it was going to be trouble for Zepeda, and Zepeda clipped
Cabrera. You talking about Giovanni? Giovanni didn't get knocked out like that. I think he got hit with he didn't get knocked out that bad. I think he
got dropped. He was gone.
No, he definitely got dropped, but I wouldn't have put him in the knockout of the year.
No, he was gone. He was gone.
I don't think so.
Yeah, he was gone. So he was gone. That boy was gone. He sat down like this in the corner. He hit him. Cabrera was sitting in the corner waiting for his team on the ropes. You gonna look it up? Go for it.
Yeah, I'm gonna look it up while we're building on
crazy,
it.
But yeah, man. Look it up. Let's bring Rayo. Rayo had. Oh yeah. Well, that wasn't this year, was it? The second fight.
I think it was a body shot. That's what I'm saying. He got knocked out by a body shot. He didn't get knocked out.
Well,
he got knocked out by a body shot.
Who fought that night? It might have been whoever fought that night. I knew it was that night it happened. There was two fighters, one on Top Rank and one on DAZN at the same time. And
so you feel like Sarachi? So you got Munguia versus Sarachi was a great knockout. It's definitely in the conversation, but man, this one right here, guys, bro, this one right here, this dude was face down sucking air, bro. You seen him trying to live. Like you seen him in his sleep trying to live, like he was fighting for life. Like I'm trying to find a video when you see him on the ground face down, and he's literally like, when somebody gets knocked out and they go on autopilot. He was fighting for his life, bro. He got come on, bro. He got flatlined in a real way, bro. Like he went numb. You heard me? When he woke up, they were telling him what happened. They were speaking to him. They were getting him back to reality. Like, nah, brother, you got clipped. It was crazy. You've been laying down for about 20 seconds now. We're just waking you up. This is crazy. Don't move. It is what it is. They were talking to him in a real way. Like, you know what I mean? That knockout right there, those are the kind of knockouts that'll have you slurring later in your life. You know what I'm saying? Change the way the electric shots are shooting in your brain, the way the neurons and everything are working in your brain. Like that disconnects you and reconnects you. You know what I mean? People wake up from knockouts like that and walk funny, talk funny. Their functioning's changing their body. That was a crazy, devastating knockout. Now Wardley,
that was different.
Now Wardley, Francis, that was a second runner up. I'm gonna be real with you. That was right behind there. Right, Francis Clark and Fabio Wardley was. I'm
gonna tell you why I didn't like that, because I think he kind of threw him into the punch. Like he was like the ref was about to break it up, and he spun him off the ropes. That dude looked like the troll from Lord of the Rings.
Mm-hmm. That was bad. It was bad, bro.
Stuck in like 3 different positions at once.
Yo, he put the egg form dent in the side of his head too, like the egg form. Crazy.
Like Chunk was the dude from Goonies.
Oh, you talking about? Hey guys, what was his name? Hey guys, I can't remember what his name is.
No.
Yo, listen, it was horrible. It was horrible. That was a bad one, man. That was right. It took me for me to figure it out between those are the two that I was battling between was a Wardley and Frazier fight and this one. That was crazy.
Yo, he had him looking just like that, bro. He got out the ring. He was like, I was waiting for him to say it, Clay.
Nah, bro. He changed. That boy changed. He sat up in that corner and just changed, bro. He just leaned up on that rope and
I told you aliens exist. You see that, right? His whole shit was.
Yeah, it is. It is what it is. You know what I am about to do, though, right? I am about to put that link up there. I'm about to throw the link up there.
He said, you better be here. We're waiting for you. Yo, he said.
You know what I mean, definitely interested on
Slaw, right? Yo, he had him looking just like that dude, bro. Crazy.
Yo, that's why I'm trying, Nick. I'm trying. He's sitting here laughing at that man, giving the. I'm over here like, oh, this man does. Oh man, I can't even want to laugh at it, bro.
If you watch Goonies and you go back and watch, you like, yeah, that's him.
That knockout was crazy though, and there was some conversations going on in that knockout because even with the way, you know, his arms kind of got caught in the rope and he was turned around and the dude kind of like, you know what I mean? But it was bad.
But Clay, he made him look like a Van Gogh, bro. Like he had pieces and squares.
No, it was bad. It was bad. It was bad. It definitely was bad, man. It was definitely bad.
Had him looking like a damn puzzle piece, bro. Oh man, I can't.
Yeah,
crazy work. Crazy work.
Guys.
Yeah, you guys.
Hey, you guys.
Video too.
You probably said that. Let me see. Ryan Frazier. It was the work from there. Yeah, that was a KO of the year, bro. That was KO of the year.
He did, Nick J. For real, it was nasty. It was crazy. Yo,
they're laughing at. I'm telling you, man. I can't laugh at him like Ray doing it. I can't do it.
Yo,
I can't do that. I can laugh, but I can't laugh at the thing because he really got devastated.
Pull a picture up.
I know what you. I seen it. I know what you're talking about.
You know, you got some young people.
I'm not pulling that picture up on this channel, bro. I ain't doing it.
No, look. Pull a picture of Sloth up. With all due respect of media usage, right? Use your privacies, right? Your acts, and then put his face up when he climbed out the ring when he's getting up, nigga.
I ain't doing it.
He looked like he got mugged, bro.
I ain't doing it, man.
And it was one shot, and his whole face was disfigured, bro.
It was the last shot because he was already on his way out, to be honest with you. But it was the last shot in that corner. Adam, I know Clark is all right. He wants to get back in the ring this year, but you know what I mean? That's the kind of those knockouts change you, bro. They change you, man.
All right.
They change
definitely change them.
Yeah, yep. Sleep like a little baby. Exactly, Erico.
Yeah, he slept all right.
We're gonna see who he's gonna be when he comes back in the heavyweight division to compete this year. We're gonna see who he is, man, because some people don't come back from that, man. We got to see how he talk, how he feel. You know what I mean? The whole situation.
What do he say? What he got ice cream? You want ice cream after work?
Yeah, he wants something, bro. Probably was trying to put it on his head. That boy's brain swole up after that shot. His brain swole up, bro. I promise you, bro. That man was sitting there. They were fighting for his life. His family had to be looking at it like you couldn't help but be scared for him to see him get knocked out.
I'm pretty sure they was like, listen, man, they doing the Goonies, the remaking Goonies. You definitely need to do this part. Why you look like this?
We just get Fabio to lace you up right quick. We just gonna like Fabio hit this dude in the side of his head right quick and then get it going. Salute to Kawhi Elliott in the building. Salute. And salute Nick J. I don't know if I said salute to Nick J and salute to Ron. But look, the link is up there. If you guys ain't coming up, I'm cool with that. You know what I mean? The show's about
we need them up here. Pause. We need all y'all brothers and sisters to come up. 2 cents you asked for it. Where you at? No, I'm just kidding. Let me be 2 cents alone.
Salute to RC holding the color in the chat. Shout out to the brothers Clay and Ray and chat fam. ATP up for sure, RC.
Salute.
Definitely, man. Appreciate you, man.
Sorry for the jokes. I just had me laughing. That was almost as bad as who had the worst dress outfit you think in 2024?
What the hell do I care about that?
You
know what? Let me tell you something, bro. It's funny you bring that up because Freakin' showed me a conversation that popped off on another platform where people were talking about they didn't know nothing about Devin Haney. and I guess they were asking, what do we know about Devin Haney outside of the ring? And I think one of the fans was like, yo, they were like, yo,
it was Christian
Tank's
frequently.
favorite candy is Skittles, and I was like,
Why?
like,
Why
what
do
are
we
we
know
doing out here?
Thomas Hill was there.
What in the world would I ever care? What in the world would I ever care about somebody liking Skittles? I don't care if you want to taste the rainbow, man. I don't give a damn, bro. That ain't my business, man. I just want to see the fight. These dudes is talking crazy. Brothers is talking about his favorite color is green. His favorite candy is Skittles.
That's it.
What
man.
are we doing out here, bro? I don't know. I don't know, bro. It is what it is. So who wore the best outfit? I don't know, bro. I don't even know.
I was gonna make fun of the speaking of we making movie references. Nick Jerry, remember this with the buttercream croc suit?
The what?
The buttercream croc suit that Clarissa Shields had on in her homemade video. When
she had a what? She had a croc suit on?
Yeah, the buttercream croc suit. Oh, you ain't never seen that movie, huh?
Yeah, I don't know what it is, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. Salute to Thomas Hill in the building. Let me give him his intro.
Hey man, shout out to you guys, bro.
You don't remember the movie with Jackie Chan and Chris Tucker?
Yeah.
And they went to the they had that was it Rush Hour 3, and he go into the suit, and the dude was like, "Oh yeah, look, Nick J. don't talk about," and he was like, "Yeah," he said, "Yeah, man, I need a clothes." He had all that money. He got stabbed with the buttercream croc suit on. Yo, come on, Clay. Clay, that's terrible.
I'm trying. I don't remember it.
Away. Somebody take his card. Give him a temporary card, please.
It is what it is.
Clay don't remember. That was one of the funniest scenes ever, man. And she was trying to twerk in that shit. That shit was funny. I was like, yo, she couldn't get out the car. Why is she wearing that? I don't know. Okay, listen, shout out to Clarissa Shields. Please don't do that again. Listen, I love you, sister, but damn, stop wearing color matching clothes. Please. Love you.
What are you talking about? What suit was she wearing? You talking about that music video?
Yes.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about.
And she nothing clapped. It was
anyway. What's up, Thomas? So what's good with you, family? Don't let this guy distract you. What's good with you, family?
You're not distracting me. That's just Ray being Ray, bro. I already know Ray's character at heart, bro. So I don't even pay. Plus, he played the Paul's game, dog. So you know I pay that no mind.
I couldn't remember it at all. I had to sit here and remember it, man. It took me a whole minute to remember that thing.
Look, we're reviewing 2024, and that was a big part of it.
Okay.
Terrible.
Shout out to my man Ryan Fraser too, because he shot out a dude that definitely is a menace, man. That Osleus Iglesias from
you talking about 168?
Yeah,
man, that dude is a freaking menace, boy. He mean business when he in that ring. Dude don't even look like he get down like that either, but don't let the looks fool you. That dude is no cake, boy. That boy get up in there and he put them hands on you, he put the beats on you. And then I wanted to come up because you made a mention of something that's just truly wild out here, bro. Like, how do we get from the point where we're talking boxing to talking about somebody's personal life, man? And that's so wild and weird to me. It just don't make no sense, bro. Whatever somebody got going on in their personal life should remain that. That's the one advantage and disadvantage that this new generation has, man, because there's nothing that is private no more. Things got a phone, they record, and it becomes everybody's business. There's so many things that we could talk about with fighters. Why would we talk about stuff, man, that has nothing to do with boxing when we're covering a sport that is boxing?
Because they just
want me to tell you why, Thomas? I'm gonna tell you why, straight up. Not to cut you off, Ray, but let me tell you why. I'm gonna tell you dead up why. The reason is because people only watch boxing when certain fighters are fighting, and when those fighters aren't fighting, they don't have anything else to talk about, bro. You know what I'm trying to say to you? I don't know if you could picture it. They don't watch boxing. They only watch when their fighters are fighting. So if their fighter isn't fighting, they're trying to be creative and make content, and they're just ignoring a whole bunch of boxing going on to the point where they're going to bring the conversation back to personal lives, because the conversation has to be about their fighter. And imagine you having a channel creating content and your fighter only fights once to twice a year. What do you do 362 to 363 days of the year? if you're not talking, what I'm saying? If your focus is only on those fighters and you're not talking about the wrecks of boxing, then you're going to get into crazy conversations. You're going to be talking about Skittles and girlfriends and baby mamas, and you're going to start talking about outfits and
I understand, man, and I understand what you're saying, man. It's just to me, man, where I come from, like that don't even fly, bro. Like, if you get in here to support one dude, that's cool. Then keep it about that one dude, maybe two or three, or whoever it is. But it should never go and venture into somebody else that you don't even rock with, but you just gonna denigrate their name, man. That's just so damn cringe to me. This doesn't make sense, bro. And on top of that, if you truly rock with boxing, there's always things you can talk about to bring up as far as content.
Exactly.
It's stuff about because you said, people who ain't fighting. Well, like you said, there are fights, but if you want to talk about people who ain't fighting, then talk about like the reasons why fights aren't getting made. Talk about that and transition it to the way that it used to be and why fights were being made. And then we can have a discussion about that. Like, what are the differences? There's things that you could talk about what you can change in boxing to make boxing a much better assimilation on TV to product. There's so many things you can talk about, man. You could talk about upcoming fights. You can talk about how the year passed and how things went up and down, man. We talk about so many things, but the highlight, or keynote on somebody's favorite food or color or definitely some choice in women, man, is crazy and wild, bro. And has absolutely nothing to do with boxing, dude. That is just so damn cringe. It's ridiculous, man.
No,
Some of these people, man.
It's cringe and it doesn't help the sport. How about that? You know what I mean? Because listen, man, creating these content creation spaces, we're supposed to be trying to make boxing bigger, bring boxing back up to the forefront of entertainment. Like there should be some sort of narrative and idea of why you're doing what you're doing, in my opinion. You know what I mean? Because people could have whatever personal reasons they want. But most people are probably doing it exclusively for the money, the super chats, the algorithm. You know what I'm saying? That this is, I get that. And I empathize and resonate with that. Me, myself, I want this channel to be very successful and make money. I would love this channel to pull me out of my job, and I would love to do this full time, straight up. I would love to do that, right? But even for my own benefit, it benefits me to make boxing bigger, to make boxing, to cover as much boxing I can, that I can cover, to encourage people in the space to watch more fights. So we're not just talking about Tank and Devin and Shakur. So we're talking about a lot of fights. There's a lot of fights that have happened. Even going through this, the best of the year, as I was going through and doing my research on who I was going to put where, there were fights. I'm like, damn, I forgot about this one. Oh, damn, this fight. Oh, that was a crazy one. How did I forget about this one? So much boxing was happening this year for these conversations that come full circle back around to rappers sleeping with people's baby mamas, or I mean, what kind of candy? It gets crazy to me, man. And that's when you start to realize and you start to understand that this is a niche sport. This is not for everybody. A lot of people have jumped in this space or just casual to their heart, God bless them, but to their heart, they just casual, or they've conceded and compromised their own boxing, their own view on boxing, and gotten to the point of entertaining a casual fan base that doesn't care about the fighters that they're going to bring up. If I sit here right now and try to make a conversation about Diego Pacheco fighting against Steve Nelson, me, you, and Ray will sit here and talk about that fight. But most people are going to walk away from that situation and be like, they ain't talking about no boxing. You feel what I'm saying? Thomas? They're going to walk away and
you're right.
To talk about it. They're going to feel like we're boring them.
And to a certain degree, man, I mean, I'm not disagreeing with what you say, and I understand that, man. Everything is usually focused around the proliferation of cash flow, dog. So I understand it, man. It's just like I said, man, for me, that's wild, dog. I'm not going to benefit off of somebody else's downfall, somebody else's bad times, or anything like that, man. I've never been that type of person. And shout out my guy, Junior Spock. He said, because people love drama and gossip, you ain't never lied, and these phones help create that. They help generate that and help make people profit off of that, man. And that's the only thing people are profited off of, somebody else's bad times that are going on. And it's like, man, when you have somebody that is going through a struggle, it's like you're going to sit there and blow that up just so somebody else can, get benefited off of that, man. Nah, man, we don't do that as people. and my man
Thomas, that's what it is. You have
LPJ.
to ask yourself that too, right, Thomas? Like you said something significant, right? Which is what's the purpose, right? You said what's the purpose of it, and I thought that's the biggest question of it all. So why? Why is that important? Why, that's embarrassing him, right? That's putting his business out there for the world to see. How's that? Why did you do that, right? And then you want to be taken as a unbiased. You know what I mean? I'm just speaking on. Are you? Because why? What did that have to do with anything? How much attention did that really deserve? It is what it is.
Facts. Facts.
You know what I mean?
Facts. And that's why I try my best on my bed. I try my best to like not entertain stuff like that, because man, honestly, what these people do, bro, for the most part, we can't do, dog. Otherwise we would be doing it. You know what I'm saying? We would be over there taking that sacrifice and breaking our bodies and putting our bodies in harm's way to be over there benefiting like they are, man. It's not easy to put yourself in that physical condition or that mental space to get in that ring, man, and fight. Shout out to my guy Teach, because we should make a new category, because we got some clowns out here, man, and they need to be acknowledged. They need to get their Clown Creator of the Year award too.
I mean,
I'm saying, and we are on planet Earth, my brother.
Right,
I do.
Trust me. I saw it too, Thomas, when he said that. It is Earth, man. It is Earth, man. And you know, like I said earlier on the channel, we're in a fallen state. You know, humanity's in a fallen state. Boxing's 100% in a fallen state as well, because what we respect and what we don't respect, what we celebrate versus what we don't celebrate, it speaks to us, right? It speaks to what us as people, as human beings, hold as important, and the things that we don't care about. But ultimately, you know, I will say common ground should be boxing doesn't get bigger. Boxing gets bigger in a certain way, and then there's another way where boxing gets torn down. The international energy of boxing makes boxing bigger. Keeping it right here in America has not worked. Hindsight says it has not worked. You feel me? Hindsight says that we're in a situation right now to where it's biting us in the ass, right? What's happened with boxing in America? Because America this year, you know what I mean, shout out to Top Rank, Golden Boy, and you know what I mean, doing what they could do, but it's gone very international. America's lost its grasp around boxing this year. They haven't lost it completely, but it's definitely not there like it was in the years before. And why? Because you guys try to hoard it, and you try to trick the fan base into believing that non-competitive fights were the best that they can get. And now they're seeing a whole different story. Not to mention the budget isn't there no more. So now you have to make the biggest fights to get the money. Shout out to Tank Davis, you know what I'm saying, who's learning that the hard way, in my opinion. You know, I think the people around him really blew a lot of smoke in his face. And he really is having a hard time processing the reality that, listen, man, the big fights get the big money. We can't pay you. We're not going to pay you to fight fights that the fans don't want to see. You know, that's what it's coming down to. We're not going to pay you to do that. So what are you going to do? And he's feeling bullied a little bit. I think he's feeling a little bit bullied. He's feeling a little bit played with.
No, we're not talking about Candyland frequent, but there's Skittles being delivered right now in Miami to a certain boxer's house.
Hey, can I say one more thing, Ray? Because I'm going to shout out two people in particular. Flyer Frequency, my man Frequent, a.k.a. 2 A's and Jamal, dog, and my man up top that just made that thing that you highlighted, Dangerous Desire Bullies. Mm-hmm. I want to say that, you know, in mentioning them two right there, he sparked off the Skittle thing. You know what I'm saying? That's my guy. He sparked it off, and you know, somebody indulged it. And I know for a fact people have talked about T.O.'s wife. I know in particular, I was one of the people who said I heard something about T.O.'s wife that maybe have him saying the things that he say about black folks. And it was not like stuff that I did not get from like people in the know. Like, I mean, this was from somebody that actually was a correspondent with ESPN, and I think it's the reason why T.O. struggled in that fight with Kambosos, and I think it's the reason why he struggles with people of color altogether. And while it's true that people did talk about T.O.'s wife, they were talking about her for what she was doing to him. I think what they're doing in the fact of Devin is totally different, because we don't even know what is being done to him. I don't even know who the woman is. To tell you the truth,
Right.
don't even know.
Her. I didn't even know he had a kid on the way, nor did I know he
didn't know none of that.
He's
for
not
sure.
married. I thought he's not married.
Yeah, I mean that's what I'm trying to say. I don't know if he is or if he isn't. I'm just going with the narrative that's pushed out there that his wife is pregnant with his kid, but trying to be with Young Thug, right? That's what the narrative is.
Right. And in the video, it was like, oh, because Young Thug's been at his shit for a minute, but you know, it is what it is. Like I said, who cares? It's none of our business. At the end of the day, who cares about the drama? Like that's what it's high school, man. Like I'm glad we try to stay into the college part of boxing talk, or maybe even the pros, Clay, if you want to say it. But a lot of this stuff is high school. A lot of these channels, they do the high school antics, and I'm not saying channels, just general, like the fan base. They do the antics, and what they do is they put stuff out there just to create annoyance. Like they want to be seen, and I guess they figured a way to be seen. And we know about trolling because I troll, but I don't go that far where I'm trying to like clown like Chris Colbert. Yeah, all right, that's a little bit too far, but that's just annoying Clay. You know what I mean? That's not annoying everybody in the chat. Y'all laugh at it. But at the end of
it definitely annoys me.
But he should have fought Tank. But anyway, let's move on from that.
Shit.
At the end of the day, you know, I do it because it's fun. I don't go out of my way to talk about Chris Colbert's wife or Tank's wife or Shakur's wife or anybody's kids, and that's not necessary for me to talk about because that's none of my business. But as far as I'm having fun and games, I'm gonna have fun and games about that person or people in their field that's directly connected to boxing and keep it boxing. I don't want to do anything outside that arena. Once it becomes outside the arena, you are becoming what they call you're watching the soap operas of the Housewives of Atlanta and you know what I mean, hip hop, was it and love or whatever. You know what I mean? I don't want to do all that, man. Y'all stay there in that lane. I'm good. I don't want to see nobody jumping on the stage, kicking Clay in the head. That's crazy. We don't want to see that. You know what I mean?
I'll be ready for that FN music, bro. I know how to play that instrument well, bro. That FN is crazy.
But I know, but you always do that anyway. But anyway,
the ACOG Trigicon Red Dot is wild, bro. We not wasting nothing either.
My message to the people is like some of this stuff is nonsense, and we just really look. See, he's still going. It's okay. Now, somebody go kick Clay in the head.
I don't even want to laugh at nothing like that, but I'm being real with y'all, boy. Listen,
it's crazy,
I'm
man.
so old, bro. Listen, I'm not old like that, but I'm old. I mean, look, man, it is what it is, bro. I'm just not, man, bro. Just let me live, man. I'm coming home, baby. I'm coming home, baby. You heard?
Go on and breathe, man.
Get your way home, baby. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to tell y'all.
Clay, you only a year older than me. Don't let me tell nobody.
Hey, listen, man. Y'all listen to me. When I could tell that the weather was going. All I could tell you is I could tell the weather was going to be a little rainy today. You heard? So
I'm
that way. I don't need the weather, man. I'll let you know. Call me if you know what the weather is because I got aches and pains and all types of it's crazy.
That boy speaking in tongues, dog.
Yeah, listen, bro, I'm older, brother. You know what I mean? We got. You know what I mean? I'm all about even in the playing field. You heard? Now I'm thinking it says Clay, the FN is a good price. Yeah, I got a tactical I just picked up a few months ago. That I added, man. Was it a good price? It was a little over 1,000. I got a pretty decent rate. You know what I mean? Good price. Let's get threaded. Huh?
Anyway, no, I don't want to talk about that.
I got a threaded barrel on there, you know what I'm saying? Everything like that.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Official, I ain't gonna lie. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I told you
frequent my guy, man. But that boy he be making trouble in the chat, though. I'm gonna let you guys know that he got to be making trouble, dog.
Oh yeah, listen, Frequent is there for that. He's the Frequent the one, bro. That's my guy right there, always, man. He the one who pulled out the rainbow on that situation. Had to do like the Skittles is his favorite. The Skittles. You don't even know about David.
That's the best. Yeah, that was crazy.
What do you know about David? You don't know nothing. I know.
I mean, you know, he be calm when he said, you know, everybody out here talking about the king, man. He out here walking on water, but don't nobody know his favorite candy, though. Can you tell me what Tank's favorite candy is? Huh, Thomas Hill? You Tankerbell's is on one. He having me dying, boy.
Y'all
it is what it is, man. It is what it is, man.
I know he's flying them drones over New Jersey.
But I'm gonna tell you straight up, the fans of Tank, man, and this is a serious take here. I really would appreciate if the Tank fans held whoever you want to hold, whether it's the PBC, whether it's his management, Tank ain't getting treated fair right now, bro. He ain't getting that treatment that he's supposed to get, bro. When Canelo Alvarez can walk away with $36 million guaranteed to fight whoever he feels like fighting, they find a way to put that money in escrow for him. I'm not saying Tank need to get $36 million, bro, but the last thing Tank needs to be thinking about is his promotion, the production around his press conferences, and the bag that comes that comes with him fighting, bro. He's supposed to be locked in, bro. Face of boxing energy. You guys say that's how you feel about him. Then when he sits out there and he goes on social media and he communicates how disgruntled he is, how indifferent he is with the way he's being treated, have his back, man. Stop sitting there twisting his words and saying, oh, he just playing. Oh, he crying wolf. No, he not. He telling y'all, bro. He been telling y'all. He feeling some kind of way, man. Something's not right over there. You know what I mean? And he's not on the same page with the way things are moving for him, bro. And have his back and rep for him, bro. And ask the right questions, man. It is what it is. Ask the right damn questions, man. Stop hating on a person like me for calling it out for what I'm seeing, because I'm just calling it out for what it is. I'm sorry. I don't hate the BBC, but I'm just being honest. I'm being honest. I don't know what you guys are doing, but I'm being honest.
I don't know what's really going on. I don't know. You could be right. It could be that it's an act. I don't know. I know that he called out names, and that's the only fights I really truly want to see. I don't really want to see anything else. I will watch this fight because I believe Lamont Roach is a great fighter. I didn't want this fight. I wanted either Loma or Shakur. Unfortunately, those two fights were not going to be made or available. So he gets this pass. He fights him. He better be focused. Otherwise, it could be a long night. But if he isn't focused, it makes for even better boxing, dog. So hopefully, Lamont takes advantage of this situation, man, and makes the most of his opportunity. Because you're not responsible for the other person in the ring. You're only responsible for yourself. So if this Mickey Freaky is distracted, then you'd better take advantage of it and give you some more distractions up in that ring. And then he going to have to learn from that. That's how I've always been, bro. I just want to see the fights, dog, because honestly, I don't like creating narratives. I don't want to say these people ducking or scared, especially in a fight. In an arena where, you can't be afraid of other people. You got to go up in there and do your job, whether you got fear or not. You got to turn that fear into fire. So, hey, I'm going to go with the biblical sense. I think he got reverence for some of these people, and I think he want to show his true test. And they just not getting the fights right now. Hopefully we can get the fights. I mean, if Turkey truly is on his thing and he's trying to make this thing a Super Tourney 6 or a Super Tourney 8, I'm good with it, man, because there's so many ways you can incentivize that and get people paid outside of just the generated revenue. So if he can do it, I'm with it, man. But however, he called out names, I'm holding him to them names, and that's it. That's all, man. Everything else, I have no clue about. I'm not in there. I'm not in the know, and I don't even care. I just want to see them Mickey Freakies get in the ring.
Right.
Period. Point.
Thomas. I actually like what you just said, Clay. That's what I mentioned earlier about Turkey buying Ring Magazine. Maybe they don't put their belt on the line. Maybe they go into the tournament at the end of the year for the Ring Magazine belt to make it, you know what I mean? Make it, like I said, make it some type of tournament trophy. That makes a lot of sense. That could be, you know what I mean? Maybe that's what the tournament's about. It could just be that title, or maybe they put the titles on the line at the end of the day.
Well, Turkey's made some title. Like he has an undisputed title he's made up, so he's known for. He'll make a title. He'll make something. You know what I mean? He'll do it. But I'm not saying no. I'm saying the Ring Magazine may be it, or like it's not far fetched. Is what I'm saying. Like Turkey's known for doing something like that.
Right? Every year it goes. You know what I mean? It just makes a lot of sense to me. That'd be cool. Good.
It's reasonable.
Look at the epiphany of Thomas Hitman Hill with the conversation. You know what I mean?
No doubt, man. Because ultimately, I'm in here for boxing, bro. My favorite fighter is Tommy Hitman Hearns of all time, bro. I love me some Hearns. A close second is freaking Evander Holyfield, dog. That was my dog, and I liked them because them Mickey Freakies got in the ring and they fought, dog. Even in they got.
Who did the most this year? That's a good question, man. JR with the questions this year today, man. He coming in with the interview. I like it, man.
Hey, no, not only JR, but also my man Secret Dance Moves, man. He talking about fights that's on the rise, man. I like that.
100%, man. That's definitely a sleeper right there. Which fight promotion made the most ground this year? Boxer, Pro Box, or Queensberry?
I think Matchroom actually.
No. He's talking about
definitely Pro Box.
Pro Box, 100%,
Pro
man.
Box, man. I think Pro Box got a winning formula.
They moved forward this year to be a YouTube channel, putting on as many events they did and putting on some decent fights. Pro Box definitely made a lot of big moves this year, man. I gotta go with Pro Box, man. I gotta go, especially like what Ryan said when they went international. Big move for them. Big move.
Yep.
Big move.
Oh, yeah, Pro Box is legit.
Salute, Queen.
Boom, boom, boom. Salute to the
drink. Jackie Hernandez is worth the drinks. I want my drink, please.
With the half a. Shout out to Blue Blood Sports. Claim Ray. Happy New Year's. Thank you, Queen. We appreciate you. Appreciate you, man. Thank you, man. Thank you. But yeah, Pro Box this year. That's another topic that it might even for another episode to talk about them in a real way, man, and start giving them the respect that they deserve, man, because they've been really holding boxing up in a way to where, and once again, I'm going to say it. I don't even know why I keep saying this. I don't care at this point, but not to throw shots at the PBC, just to say that the PBC didn't hold it up this year. You know what I'm saying? When they weren't able to be busy, Pro Box was there to kind of carry it a little bit. You know what I'm saying? And give you that fighting that you wanted to see happen in America. That you weren't seeing. They were really there to do that, man. Salute to
they took a lot of PBC fighters and put them on their cards and main events and stuff. Pro Box almost like a mini Turkey. You know what I mean? It's a Riyadh season. They borrow fighters from different platforms, getting them together, using a lot of if ESPN signs Pro Box or vice versa.
What do you think about that, Thomas?
I think like a major corporation should sign them, like one of the regular channels, bro, and they can bring back regular boxing.
What if USA brings them back? See, I keep saying USA. Everybody think I'm crazy when I keep saying USA need to get back into boxing.
I'm being honest with you. I don't know what USA's been doing. Is USA even a channel anymore? Like I'm so streamed out. Like even I have no cable in my crib. All I have is my box with all my. I watch my ESPN. I watch my ESPN through my streaming box. I don't know. I don't have no TV no more.
Shout out to Nick J.
Am I crazy? Is streaming? I mean, it is what it is. Salute to Nick J in the building, man. Oh man, thank you.
What is salute to Nick J. She just paid for her own drinks, man. Ray, you owe her drinks, man. So we gonna double it up now.
Well,
she drinking big tonight.
Clay got to put his part in. Hold on, Thomas. Clay got to put his part in. I bought them drinks the other day.
Yeah. I'm trying not to drink. I'm trying to go into this new year and be a new man. You know what I mean? I'm trying to be more true to my to my dean. You know what I mean? This year I was bad. This year I was definitely bad.
But it's okay, Thomas. If you tell me I got to buy another drink, I will. Absolutely.
Double up, ninja.
I'm trying to be more true to my dean, be on my dean this year, man. And I don't know, I'm not promising it, but I know last year that was to the left, bro. I was definitely sipping the best whiskey available. I was definitely in that part of the liquor store. They were looking at me like, who you trying to impress? Nobody, baby. I just like it to be smooth. Go with my cigars. I have bad habits this year, man. Salute $1 trillion dreams. Salute. A couple people in here, 36 people in here. Just please remember to hit the like button if you haven't done it. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't subscribed to the channel. So let me ask you this, Thomas Hill. Who did you have as your fighter of the year? Was it Alexander? Did you agree with that? Or
no. I'm not mad at Alexander Usyk getting it, man, because as far as I know, he hasn't ducked any smoke, man. A dude has fought everybody, and whether he was favored or not, man, he went in there and handled his business. I do have the one blemish on that record as being that questionable victory, and I won't say questionable victory because he actually beat him after the fight continued. But when they said my man hit below the belt line, when he hit on top of the belt line and the belt line was high, bro, I still want to see him run that fight back. I went with Daniel Dubois because that's just my guy. I like Daniel Dubois. I didn't like the fact that he quit in that fight, but I ain't mad at Usyk, man. How can you be mad at Usyk? Usyk is he's what you want, man. He goes in there. I think Better Beeve and Bivol, they need a lot of credit, man, because they're making fights. that you want to see. Into my main man, secret dance move, man. We got Morel versus Benavidez, bro. You know, this is the energy we need to look forward to going into 2025. They starting off with this energy, man. So hopefully we can get these fights. But I mean, I had Dubois only because Dubois had 3 fights and Usyk only had 2. And you know, man, I mean, if you give me 3 quality wins over 2 quality wins, I'm gonna take the 3. Sorry about that, my man. Go ahead.
No. Would you just, I was just adding on to the David Morrell, David Benavidez that you said. 2025 is going to be another. Is going to be another episode, or whatever you want to call it, another segment, because 2025 is about to be crazy. Boxing in 2025, I'm predicting it. I mean, just off of what we know. I'm not even talking about what we don't know. You know what I'm saying? Just off of that February 22nd Riyadh card, that David Morrell, David Benavidez a fight. I mean, even is going into like a Diego Pacheco and a Steven Nelson. Keyshawn Davis getting a shot at Dennis Berinchyk to become a champion at 135, which could completely change the whole landscape of 135 and how we see it. Could literally be that fight right there, and that victory and him getting that title could literally put him in the conversation and give the fans what they want, which is see Tank Davis in the ring with talent that, you know what I mean? That you just want to see him in there with that type of talent. Keyshawn becoming a champion in that division completely puts a whole different energy on there. And David Morrell and David Benavidez just added so much spice to their fight with that face-off they had with Morrell throwing a belt at him. Oh, listen, bro. It's just up. You know what I mean? It's just up for 2025 for sure, man. Without a doubt. They said.
Go ahead, my bad.
No. Go ahead. I was gonna just bring it back to where you were at, which was Dubois.
No, bring it back, man. I'm gonna allow you to DJ, dog. This is your show.
No. I was just bringing it back just to say that, man. I can't argue with anybody who'd want Dubois to be the fighter of the year. I understand where they're coming from with it. Once again, I will put the blame on that one on this channel. As far as the chat, you guys voted on it. You know what I mean? I left it up to you guys. Everything else I picked. I picked the fight of the year, comeback of the year, knockout of the year. You know what I'm saying? I didn't put but that Alexander Usyk choice, you guys should have voted better if you ain't like it. You should have voted.
Nah, but Usyk is, man, you can't go wrong with Usyk, man. I'm sorry. The dude is legit, bro. Like, he is legit. And on top of that, he's a smarter dude fighting heavier weighted guys, and he's handling his business. He's showing you that, hey, it ain't the size of the dog in the ring, it's the size of the fight in the dog in the ring. My man, he got a lot of fight up in him. Although he's a little suspect to the body, bro. So you better watch that body. When you go in that ring with him, you better check that body more so than anything, because you could tell by that full grill when you put him on the screen, he a menace up top. That boy had a mean gap up, and he got a Mike Tyson.
Oh, yeah, bro. He a psychopath,
so you don't want to try to tag him upstairs. You want to take that body. But I wanted to ask you guys this, man, because this is really what damn, I just lost my train of thought. Well, dang. Hold on, let it get it back. I'm gonna let y'all rock.
I'm gonna let you, but I just wanted to put this picture up here of Alexander Usyk to see what a real psychopath look like. You know what I'm saying? Like, this dude is really him. Like, he really, you know what I'm saying?
Man, for real, look at him.
You know what I mean? But there's that gap.
He really look like he don't play.
He look like he gonna hit himself in the head with a bottle before you hit him with one. You heard? You ain't gotta hit me in the head with a bottle. I'm gonna hit myself with it in the bottle. Hit you with that 8 Mile. Now it's your turn. You heard? I ain't worried about it. He said he looks ridiculous in that pic. He looks ridiculous, but if you know him like we know him, we know he's not ridiculous. We know that picture really is capturing that energy.
Right.
Yo, real talk, man. And you know that they come from a different place than we do, man. It's real where they come from, man. Bullets fly in the streets all the time around there, man.
Yeah, bro. Bombs. You know what I mean?
Like, bombs over Baghdad.
Straight up.
They don't play around, bro. So you know it's a lot different from where they from. They're a little wired different, bro. That's why they be tough in that ring, man. You're gonna have to break them down.
You know
but dang, what was I about to say? It was about
they gotta crawl in the barbed wire fences to get to the gym.
I mean, they literally taking their camps out the country. You know what I mean? It is what it is.
No. You know what? Forget it. Y'all could have left.
So let me ask you a question, man, because listen, man, Keyshawn Davis was definitely on my on my list for fighter of the year. He's on there, right? But I didn't expect him to win. He really just.
Oh, that's what I was. I'm glad you said that. Go ahead, ask that question.
Yeah,
I know what
he's really just a candidate at the end of the day. But I didn't expect him to win. But I had to put him on the list. That was just me showing love. You know what I'm saying, to Keyshawn and what he's done this year, man. How do you feel about what you're seeing in Keyshawn Davis? What he's done this year? What are you anticipating, hoping for him to do next year? I mean, is he the next big deal in boxing? Is he the next star of the 135, 140, you know what I mean, 130 pounders? Like, is he that next guy?
I'm gonna let Ray go on and answer that one. I'll tell back off of that, and then I'll put my question to you guys as well.
I answered this a million times to Clay, so I don't need to let the world know. This is terrible. No, I'm just kidding. Listen, at the end of the day, I think Keyshawn has a lot of talent. He can be forceful. He can take over and be that guy. I think he still has a lot to prove in the ring, per se, in my opinion. But I just don't think I don't think it's far fetched to look past him on being next up. You know what I mean? Especially now, he's talking about he's gonna knock in his sparring session, which is crazy. Then he's gonna knock all his brother, his adopted brother, and all his peoples out and sparring. He's gonna knock them all out. You know what I mean? Making a big deal out of it, and people want to see them fight if they're going to unify. You know what I mean? Somebody got to fight each other. That little we're brothers, we're not fighting. I think that he has room to make improvements, as every boxer does. But is the ceiling high? No, I think he's very close to the ceiling. I think he can actually push to touch the ceiling, and he can make a name for himself. He's already making a name for himself with the right moves and next couple of fights and things of that nature. Yeah, he could be somebody to be reckoned with. He is a force to be reckoned with, but he could be a bigger force to be reckoned with, and he can take over the divisions between 135 to 140 in that sense. He's also a bigger fighter in those divisions. You know what I mean? He's definitely a lot bigger than Tank. Definitely, I think probably more solid than Shakur. Could fight at 140 right now. I just think he doesn't fight there because his brother fights there. He'll be getting in the way. But, to each their own.
That's it for you, baby boy?
What do you want me to say, Thomas? I'm not.
No. I agree with everything that you say, bro. I dropped the link also for Ryan Fraser, too.
Oh, you did it?
Okay. I see Clay got it. I was going to add to that, I think that what makes him especially intriguing is the fact that he understands the necessity and the scope of today's climate of how you put yourself out there and influence folks. Like, he's an influencer boxer, if you said the least, man. That's why he goes by the name The Businessman.
He's a throwback.
He says The Businessman. So my man is all about that business and finding a way to get to that business. And I like what he's doing to improve in the ring. To me, I think he's sitting in a golden position. You got a person that's backing him, and that seems to be something that his brother didn't get from the same person. So I think that also bodes well for him. He has a very good skill set. He does have a little pop and everything like that, and he puts his punches together pretty well. I think that he definitely has things to work on, as you said, all boxers do. I think his is just a little bit more he needs to work on than certain boxers that are at the top right now. Mm-hmm. And then there's that young bull that got knocked down but showed you how to get back up and put it back together again, like Humpty Dumpty couldn't.
Talk about him, man.
And Abdullah Mason, and I think that's the dude that we're gonna really have to watch for, because I think that fight he learned, and then after the fight he got some very good advisement talking about how you pace yourself in a fight. You ain't trying to go out there and just end it in one. You want to go on and get your man feel, and then let him expend a little energy before you start hitting him with that boo-bop bang. Also, this leads me to this question, because I'm glad you mentioned Keyshawn. It brought me back. Now, if the rumors or speculation is true about Loma and his possible retirement, that opens up a vacancy for the belt, and that's on the top ranked side of the street, so to speak. What do you think they're gonna do about that, man? And how that changes fights progressions from that point forward, if it is true? I mean, I don't want Loma to leave. I still would love to see him fight Shakur or even a Keyshawn, since Keyshawn and him on the same network, man.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Tom. Like, I'm ready for Loma to leave. And
I'm ready for him to leave.
I am. I think whenever I hear people with 1 foot out the door, it doesn't excite me. It doesn't make me, you know what I mean? I'm not the type of dude like when Andre Ward said he wanted to retire, I wasn't the dude who was like, no. I was like, do it, bro. Because if you feel that way, I don't want to see you in the ring. It's too dangerous of a sport, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's too dangerous of a sport. And Lomachenko was already showing that he was ready to leave after the Kambosos fight, talking about he was, you know, thinking about retirement, that he was staying for his father. I already didn't like the energy and the language that he was using. So, you know, I want to see a motivated Loma. I want to see an excited to fight Loma, a legacy-driven Loma fight a Tank or fight a Shakur. I don't want to see I want money Loma fighting, because immediately, first of all, it takes away credibility from the fight, because people are going to see him lose him like, yeah, but that Loma was, I just didn't even want to hear the excuses. You know what I mean? So I'm ready to see him move on. If that's what he wants to do, let it happen. As far as vacant titles are concerned, I mean, he vacates the IBF title, then we're going to see a motivated Raymond Mortala and Abdulaev, I can't remember what his name is, fight for that vacant title. They're both top ranked fighters. That's what we'll be seeing happening, and those guys are motivated, and I think that makes 135 even more interesting. You would favor maybe Raymond Mortala win that fight, even though he's fighting against an Eastern European. So you can't sleep on those guys. They've been shocking people all year long. That's what they've been doing. So either way, you're looking at 135 becoming a way more exciting division. I want to see motivated fighters in it, including Tank Davis. If Tank is really serious about his retirement, go ahead, bro. You know what I mean? Do I think it would be messed up and tragic? A bad story for Tank not fighting, you know, the generational talent that's there for him to fight. Yes, but at the same time, I don't want to hear no excuses about this not motivated fighter taking a loss or not fighting to his capacity because he's upset about something, because I'm not going to be hearing it. If he loses or doesn't perform well, I'm going to be the one holding him to task, and I don't need the whole boxing space throwing chairs at me and flipping at me for me saying I don't care. So before you get in that situation, have me saying I don't care, just go ahead and retire, bro. Boxing moves on. Boxing lives on. A lot of fighters out there want to fight, and we want to see those fighters fight, me personally. Shout out to Ross Clott and Ryan Frazier in the building.
What's good, fellas? What's good, man?
What's up, gentlemen?
Shout out my good brothers on the bottom, dog. Ross Clott and Ryan Frazier.
Yes,
Boxing
sir,
talk up north. Yeah, Ray, you was about to cook, man. Go on and cook before the young brothers get up in here and cook on it.
Well, go ahead, man. They got time. We want to cook on.
Okay, for sure.
Okay, got it.
What's up? What's up, Ross? What's up, Ryan? What's good?
Nah, I'm ready to see Loma leave as well, man. He's holding up the division. That whole 35 is being held up. Those guys don't want to fight each other. I don't understand it. Shout out to 40 though. Tio's moving it if he could fight Matias. And then, you know, Richard Hitchens got a belt now. He was calling out Tio, so that could have been a unification, but I just think 35, they got to fight, man. We want to see the fighters fight at the end of the day. So, Loma, just drop the belt, man.
Ryan, I got a question. Is this possible? Maybe you'll know more than I do. I had an epiphany of what Devin comeback might be if the Sandor Martin and Puello fight doesn't happen or gets pushed back. Is it possible we could see Devin put in a request to get his belt back and then unify and then maybe fight the winner of that fight?
I think regardless, he got to fight Sandor no matter what. He got to fight Sandor.
Well, I thought unification Trump mandatory, and that fight's not in the water yet.
You're right, but this is where like I hate sanctioning bodies, bro, because you know David Benavidez didn't get his shot,
right?
But they ordered Magia and then Billy, which I wanted to see because I wanted to see if the winner was gonna get their shot. But Sandor Martin's been waiting a while. He deserved his shot. So if I got to keep it a buck, Sandor Martin deserves his shot at the title because he's been there for so long.
Agreed. Okay. Anybody else want to tap in it?
No, I agree. Well, actually, I'll tap into it, but I'll let Ross Cott tap in as well because you guys moved into the T.O. conversation. Because I definitely like to get into a conversation with the panel about what T.O.'s doing and you know what his purpose is at 140 and what his purpose is with Top Rank. But yeah, man. If Devin comes back, from what I understand, he is a champion in recess. I don't know how that how the politics work out as far as Alberto Puello and Sandor Martin fighting for the belt that Puello is sitting on. But from what I understand, it would be a unification title fight, one way or the other. I think it would be. I don't think Devin.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Scott, what's up, family?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, what's up, y'all? I just wanted to go back to. I agree with you too, Clay. If Loma's holding the belt and he not fighting, he needs to drop it or something because that's ridiculous. As far as fighter of the year for me, it got to be Dubois because he fought 3 good opponents and percentage wise, most of the fans was picking Dubois to lose all 3 of those fights, especially the Filip Hrgović fight. And he won all 3. And he was more active than Usyk. I give praise to Usyk for what he done, but he became undisputed. For whatever reason, he lose the IBF belt, and then you fight Tyson Fury in a rematch, and it's not an undisputed title defense. And so for me, Usyk did great things, but I got Dubois as being the fighter of the year. And not only is he fighter of the year, he got stoppages that's candidates for stoppages of the year as well. So I got Dubois as fighter of the year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can't argue with you, Ross. I mean, it's a legitimate argument. Daniel had one of those years, man. He had one of those years, man. And you know, I know it's unfair a little bit that I take Usyk's accomplishments in 2023 into consideration. I guess it's a full journey for me. It's like for him to get there, the accomplishment, I'm just recognizing the accomplishment. Just to know the journey of beating Anthony Joshua twice, beating Daniel Dubois, then beating Tyson Fury twice. And you know, obviously coming off being a cruiserweight undisputed champion as well. It's just like he has one of those careers. Even with the gold medal he got in the Olympics, it's just like, man, bro, it's just a celebration of just like a journey that came.
But Clay, can't we say the same for Dubois, who came from having a eye injury that could possibly ruin your career, and then he loses to Usyk, and to come back the way he come back? Can't we say his journey is just as good as Usyk's, except he didn't have the accolades, the wins, coming back from losses to becoming on top?
I think it's a great argument, but I just think Usyk the journey is done damn near for him. Like Daniel's just like he's on the journey. Like I respect where he's at with it, and it's so impressive. That's why it's a great conversation argument, because he really has legitimate claim in fighter of the year. He has legitimate arguments. You know what I'm saying? But it's like Usyk is just like a movie that's like the movie is over with. Like in the guy wins undefeated. Undisputed in 2-weight class.
But is it over for him? You think it's over? You think he should retire?
I don't know if he should, but he could, and I wouldn't be mad at him. And I think if he did, he'd be, you know what I mean? Like I think his career, he done everything. One could ask, what is there left for him to do? Daniel Dubois is the only legitimate conversation as far as like if you want to right a wrong, or if you want to just take away doubt, fight Daniel Dubois because of that body shot, and people, you know, want to speculate on it. But ultimately, if Usyk decided to send out a tweet tomorrow or next month and say, you know what, I've thought about it, I made a whole bunch of money, I'm out of here, I don't know anybody who would push back and be like, boo. I mean, you might want to.
And would that be enough for Usyk to be an ATG for you?
All-time great?
Yeah.
That's a sensitive conversation right now, you know what I mean? And it's so sensitive that it's something I got to look into and really make up my mind about it, to be honest with you. Off the strength of the face value, my instincts would be like, yes. But I understand people would bring up these arguments when comparing him to his peers that would be in that conversation, right? Like the club he'd be joining. You have to kind of look at everybody in that club now and be like, all right, so what does Usyk bring to the table? But I think it's an argument to be made. I think the man's had a great career.
Yeah, he had a great career. But he had a great career. But I ask you this, and then I'll just listen in. If Muhammad Ali only beat Liston and then only beat Frazier with that, and then didn't fight Ken Norton, didn't fight George Foreman, didn't fight Ron Lyle, didn't fight Ernie Shavers, and all the other guys, Jerry Quarry, would he still be an ATG to you guys? That's my question.
I think it's a unique conversation with Muhammad Ali, because I think he gets acknowledged for for what he did in the ring, but also what he did outside the ring. I think his whole entire life is taken into consideration with what makes him
right. But I'm just saying, I only gave you 2 fighters because Usyk only fought 2 top guys at heavyweight. One of them arguably not the best at his best, and then the other one pretty much done after the Wilder fight. So that's all I'm asking. If Muhammad Ali only fought those 2 guys, and he retired, would he be considered ATG like we're doing Usyk?
Well, I would say on my point of just the current status, I think you got to go by the decades and their status too, not really the century. Because I mean, if we go by the century, obviously I wouldn't put him there. But if we go by the current decades or the last 2 decades, I think he does hold some weight. I mean, the heavyweight division was
I agree with that.
Right, it was down in the dumps.
Yeah.
Usyk himself actually had put the name back on heavyweight boxing. People want to fight him. He has made it exciting in that division by moving up and challenging the bigger fighters and defeating them. Also, I think if you're going to round about those, like I said, the time periods, his time period, yes, I think he is a great, one of the greats. If you think he's an all-time great throughout history, based on, like I said, the century. Top 50, top 60, it's a lot of boxers. So even that's a little strange. Maybe top 100, right? But as far as him being in this decade, definitely deserves it. Even in the last 50 years, he definitely deserves it. He's definitely shown a lot in boxing and proved a lot in boxing from his stature, regardless of who it was. I mean, we just don't have the competition we had at heavyweight division. But the people that. And the people that he got in front of him, he beat them. So I got to give him credit for that. You know, he didn't run.
I agree with that. Well, let me
all-time great. Are we talking about all-time great heavyweight or just an all-time great fighter? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, he hasn't done that much in the heavyweight division. I mean, he became undisputed. But
well, I think that. Well, let me just say this, because I think the argument is that he's the all-time great just in general. And you know, ATG is like pound for pound, is subjective. But my thing is this. When I see boxing fans undermining the opponents from back in the days and undermining, saying things like, oh, well, Usyk fought somebody 60 pounds heavier, and I feel like Usyk would beat all those guys back in the day, so therefore he's an ATG. I think that's the conversation that turns into something else, because now you're doing a hypothetical. And at the end of the day, no matter how you feel who Usyk could beat, if you feel like he could beat Frazier, if he feel like he could beat George Foreman and all these guys before him, when they fight, let me know, because I want to see if he can really do it.
Right. No, I hear you. I think that's unfair to sit there and say something like that. Right. I think that's crazy.
I'm gonna be listening in.
Right. I totally agree on that.
Yeah, I agree 100% on that.
I think he's an all-time great, man. I mean, he didn't start his career at heavyweight. He's a 2-time undisputed in the 4-belt era. There's only 2 other guys that did that, and that's a rare class in itself. Shout out to Terrence Crawford if he could do it a 3rd time. But Usyk's beating the guy who Tim Bradley 2 years ago said is hypothetically the best heavyweight ever. Beat him twice, back to back. Right. Got undisputed before Wilder, got undisputed before AJ, and before Fury. Well, Fury was undisputed with Klitschko. But I'm just saying he unified before Wilder and undisputed before Joshua, who were the guys in that era. So he came up and became the man. So I think it's a smaller guy doing that. He's an all-time great, man. I mean, if we look at Rocky Marciano, he was a small guy too in the heavyweight division.
Right.
I don't know if he fought a Tyson Fury, but we could consider him an all-time great. So why can't we look at Usyk like that?
No, I agree with you. I think in the sense of his accomplishments in this era, I do gotta call him all-time great. I'm not comparing him to you know, the Muhammad Ali's necessarily as far as like career for career. I'm saying whatever he could accomplish in his career, I feel like he did. You know what I mean? He fought who was in front of him. He chased legacy. He unified. He became undisputed in every division he competed in. He's undefeated. Whoever it is that you want him to fight, where are they that he hasn't fought? You know what I mean? He fought what was available to him, and he ducked no smoke. I don't know. I got to give it to him.
Yeah, he always on the road. He always on the road. Like he ain't got no home. He's a road fighter, man.
A straight up road warrior, bro. 100%. Salute to 2 Cents Boxing.
What up, Clay and Ray? Can y'all hear me?
Yes,
yeah, we hear you.
What's going on? I just want to hop on real quick and just say Happy New Year to y'all. I met a lot of great people, you know, since I've started my YouTube boxing journey. So I just want to shout out Clay and Ray. I definitely want to shout y'all out because I definitely appreciate the support. that y'all have given me for my channel. And I definitely let everybody know as soon as they come to my live, my chat, they got something to say. I'm like, hey, listen, Clay is my guy. Ray is my guy. We may not agree, but we literally came into the boxing thing together. Like, I feel like we literally started our channels around the same time. And I believe, and y'all tell me if y'all agree, that we are ushering in a new, I don't know what the word is, but like a new paradigm in this boxing space where we just coming off common sense, basing our opinions off the facts that we know. Even though we have different perspectives, we're not being hyperbolic. We're not making up stuff. We're not dissing each other, going back and forth, making diss videos because we don't agree. We're able to come, and I feel like that's what's making the channels more interesting, because we're able to get on different panels with different opinions and just discuss and talk about them, even if we don't agree. Like that, it's starting to become welcome, and we're not creating these echo chambers where everybody just in the chat and everybody agree. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like we've definitely created like a different kind of common sense movement in the boxing space. And I just want to let y'all know I appreciate y'all. Clay, Ray, y'all have no idea the support that y'all gave me this year, how much that encouraged me to continue to go and create my channel, especially coming from people that don't necessarily agree with me. You know what I'm saying? So I just wanted
the whole purpose. Like, that was the whole purpose, right? And that's what, and I appreciate you recognizing that, because that's what it's about, and that's why that support came over to you, was to let you know that, you know what I mean, we can celebrate each other and disagree with each other, and it's important, because unfortunately in our culture, 2 cents, we get caught up in the crab and barrel mentality, where we feel like our way to success is by tearing down somebody else, and that doesn't have to be what it is. It can be different minds coming together, using our critical thinking skills, being pragmatic and respectful about each other, and still holding our opinions. And that's what it's about. And I always appreciated that, and I always wanted to make you feel comfortable and safe in a space where everybody wasn't going to be agreeing with you, but understanding that respect was always going to be the number one thing, and that we was always going to defend that and make sure that happened, that we wasn't going to let you get jumped on or talk crazy to, or, you know what I'm saying, that there was always a place for you to express yourself, and feel free to come back and get the, you know what I mean? Knowing that damn well the next thing that come out your mouth after that home is probably going to be like, man, hell nah.
And I love it. And I love it. And to be honest with y'all, a lot of the people that I'm the coolest with in this space are people that don't agree with me. Because, you know, I came out strong after the Earl Spence fight with my opinions. You know, I really came in controversial and strong, but not necessarily because I was trying to be hyperbolic. But, you know, you have to have strong opinions in this space, but you don't have to be disrespectful. So I just want to come on here and say I really appreciate y'all. And it's obviously that great minds think alike, because my whole premise of my channel is everybody's entitled to their own opinion. So it seemed like we kind of came into the same space with the same idea. Great minds think alike. They may not always agree, but I just want to come up here and let everybody know this is a great platform. Y'all be sure to punch that like and subscribe button and support Clay and Ray. Y'all my guys. Be sure to come on the channel. I know when Clay come up there, we have a good time. We always have an interesting debate conversation going on. And I just really had a really great time growing my channel this year. I didn't know what to expect. I didn't know how it would be accepted or received in a male dominated space. It's boxing, but I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all. I was able to monetize my channel this year, so I'm just trying to improve things and things going up. But I did want to ask you guys, what is up? Because I haven't really had time to get into it with the Canelo Crawford fight supposedly being done in May. I'm telling y'all right now, I do not believe it, because May is so far away and so many things can change. And we know how negotiations go with Terrence. But I just want to hear y'all 2 cents about that. What y'all think?
Listen, I'm gonna be honest with you. Let me tell you something that I understand about Terrence Crawford, and what I understand about the power of money. Right? Canelo is a man who's about his money, so it's not far-fetched. As long as Terrence Crawford is being stubborn and not wanting to take any other fights, I'm believing more and more that this fight is coming together. Something is in the works. It's not done yet, for sure. There's no contract. You know what I'm saying? It's not done yet. But I'm getting more and more confident that the fight is going to happen. The more and more I don't see Terrence talking about unifying at 154 or fighting. You know what I'm saying? I see people trying to put in the air the Bakram fight and the Sebastian Fundora fight, but Terrence is very confident. He's giving me very confident energy about the chances of this fight getting put together, to the point to now I'm hearing he has an injury that he's not going to even be healing from until supposedly April time, which is very coincident. You know what I'm saying? Like, how convenient that the injury he has is not going to come out until April, right? Things are being done and stalled out, and I don't know. I'm just like you. I'm in the same boat as you. I don't know what's going on, but I could tell you as time goes by, I'm becoming more and more confident about that fight coming together. I'm not going to hold you.
Yeah. We'll see. I've been saying I don't think the fight gonna happen, but I've also been saying anything can happen in boxing, so I don't know.
Especially
but we'll see.
Involved, right? When millions of dollars we talking about, mountains get moved.
Your nemesis is here, 2 cents.
Who is that?
The domino guy. Remember his name? The Nord is here. Mr.
Why you call me her nemesis? Me and her get along.
That's what I'm saying. He over here setting the narrative.
I'm saying.
Yeah, that's the queen right there, way out of the loop.
Fly, I'm just messing with you, man. You know it's
me and Flyer always be over there going back and forth. But I mean, because what end up happening is, I may not agree with you on this, but something may come up and then we agree. And I've seen that happen, throughout my time on YouTube.
2 cents, your connection kind of went left a little bit. Yeah, she's driving around, so she probably driving in a little bit of dead space. But yeah, man, I appreciate the recognition for and that's what it is. These were acts of of olive branches. You know what I mean? To be like, yo, bro, I respect good conversation in boxing, man, and I'm always going to support that. You know what I mean? Always going to support that, man. Shout out to what is his secret incense? I would rather Bud go for undisputed at 154. I know. It is what it is.
Yeah, I think that Canelo fight might happen, man. Like the more
you feel that,
the more I sit back and look, like Usyk and Tyson Fury, they made what 176 million combined.
Yeah, something like that.
And Canelo asked for 200. Can we all agree?
That was
Canelo
for David Benavidez. That wasn't for Bud. But I'm sure it's going to be somewhere in that realm.
It's going to be somewhere in that. But I'm just saying, Can we all agree Canelo draws more than Fury and Usyk?
I think so.
So that price tag is not out the realm, is what I'm saying. And Crawford want that fight bad. So he might say to Turk, hey, man, throw him that money. Give him what he want. I'm ready for him. And Turk, that's his guy. Crawford, that's his dude.
Bro.
Turk's been quiet. Like, he ain't been vocal like he used to be. So Canelo, same thing. We haven't heard much from Canelo either. He ain't give us no hints. So they may be working behind the scenes.
And I ain't gonna lie to you. I got people kind of closer to these conversations. And they're letting me know Canelo's not opposed to this fight. Like people, whatever he was saying back in the day about this not being worth it for him and lose situation, that's not how he feels about it anymore. He doesn't feel like it's a lose-lose situation for him anymore. So he's way more open to the conversations, and I'm hearing that conversations are actually happening where they weren't happening at all before. You know what I'm saying? So he's becoming more open to the idea of obviously the profitability of the fight, but also in the fact that the idea that him beating Terrence Crawford was not going to be something that anybody was going to give him credit for. That's kind of getting pushed back at as well right now. Like, no, that's not what's happening. You will get credit for beating Terrence Crawford. He is a generational pound for pound boxer, the two-way class undisputed champion, bro. He's not Jermell Charlo. Much respect to Jermell Charlo, but that's not what we're talking about here when we're talking about Terrence Crawford.
I agree, Clay, and like I look at it like, okay, I stay at 68. I beat Billy. That's not a bigger name than Crawford. I beat Pacheco. That's not a bigger name than Crawford. Like the dudes that are sitting there are not bigger names than Crawford. So it makes no sense unless you go to 75 and try undisputed. Try to right that wrong against Bivol. All right, that's cool. But I mean, yeah, we got to give him credit for beating Crawford.
Yeah, there's no bigger fight for Canelo Alvarez outside of David Benavidez for Canelo Alvarez. There's no bigger fight. Outside of David Benavidez, the biggest fight he can make and the most profitable fight he can get involved with is Terrence Crawford. Period.
Yeah. And I'm with Secret. I'm with him. I want Crawford to be 3-time undisputed, but look, I understand the man, He got to make his money, man. That's his money fight. I totally understand it.
Yeah, 100%, man. Anyway, look, we're 3.5 hours into the conversation. It's been a good one. Is anything anybody want to build on? I mean, there's 100 million topics to build on, but you know, the day goes by, you don't even realize it.
Yep. Back. No, cool. Good conversation. Yeah, I just want to tap in on what you and Ron were just talking about. I think actually coming to going to the point where I have this weird energy that Bud can win this fight. Obviously, I know he can win. I mean, anything can happen in boxing, but I just have this idea that he sees something and flaws. And Canelo hasn't been the guy that we thought he has been, especially when you see the results of Munguia and Berlinga and other fights and being challenged the way they were. Like, it makes me wonder if Canelo can really stand the test of somebody that's a slick black fighter, throwing awkwardly off the back foot, able to stay away from Canelo's power. Does it manifest into a victory for Bud Crawford? But then again, I look at the way Canelo fights as he attacked the body, trap Crawford in the corners, absorb whatever Crawford throws, and just take advantage. It's a tough fight to call. It is what it is. I do see a path to victory for both fighters. So, it's a dope conversation you guys brought up.
Let me just ask y'all one last question. Like, if Crawford beats Canelo, what that do for his legacy? Do we put him beside Floyd?
No,
I put him past Floyd. I don't give a damn. If he beats Canelo Alvarez, bro, nah, bro. I'm not. Listen, I'm a Bud fan, so you ain't gonna be able to ever say nothing to me about that man again. It's over with.
Here's where it gets tricky with me, and I'm pretty sure there's some boxing enthusiasts in the building. So Sugar Ray won 5 divisions, from welterweight all the way up to light heavyweight. He won 5 belts, WBC belts, and everything else, right? So if we're going to give Bud credit for winning, that'd be 5 for him, 5 divisions, right? So that'd be 5 divisions, and he's undefeated. I mean, undefeated in 2, undisputed in 2. I think Sugar Ray was undisputed in 2 divisions as well. That puts him some pretty good.
That would be 3, Clay, Ray.
No, because Canelo isn't undisputed anymore.
No, he's not undisputed. Frequent. He doesn't have IBF. So what I'm saying is that puts him in some pretty good company, especially with being unified in 3 divisions and being a champion in 2. That says a lot. That does put him in some great company. As far as the difference between him and Floyd, I don't know, because Floyd was also 5 or 6 division champion, but he was multiple champions in the divisions multiple times because he kept dropping the belts. So, I mean, you're talking about a guy that held 32 to 42 titles. That's something like that, some crazy number. So that in itself is an accomplishment. So I don't know. I mean, it depends on which way you want to look at the side of the paper as you flip it one way or the other. That will tell you. I think it puts him in a category of Floyd Mayweather. I don't know as much as surpassed, but if I put him in the accolade of Sugar Ray Leonard, it puts him up there with Sugar Ray, and I think Sugar Ray is past Floyd in my opinion as a better boxer.
Mm-hmm. Man, that's tough.
Hell no.
That's tough. I will say this, bro, because man, Floyd is a special fighter, bro. So is Sugar Ray. In the competition, I mean, we hang our hats on legacy. We hang our hats on accolades. We hang our hats on a lot of things, bro. Charlie Burley didn't have a lot of any of those things, but he was one of the baddest sons of guns to ever touch the ring, bro. That being said, he beat Canelo, man, and he gets mad props because it's going to be scaling up a lot of weight to go in there and handle somebody that's pretty dang good, man. I don't view Canelo like everybody else do. Now, I know he doesn't give us fights we clamor after, but I believe those fights still happen. I believe that's his last hurrah fight, his passing of the torch, so to speak. And even in that fight, I would still favor Canelo, man, because Canelo just is a tank. And on top of that, when he hits you, it sounds like bass drum up in the band line, dog. So, you're going to have to deal with that. Now, I want to see the fight only because Bud wants to fight. And if you believe in yourself, let's get the fight, bro. Because, Canelo ain't opposed to taking light touches, in his opinion. That's what the narrative is. So let's make the fight. It would be a better look for him to go through 54 and try to conquer that and become 3-time there, because those are a little bit more reasonable. But the man wants his money, and ain't nothing wrong with that because it's prize fighting at the end of the day. I will say this. To say people are amongst the table or along the lines of it is a tall task because, you know, you're fighting in different eras and different times against different competition. I will say that Bud has never scaled the type of talent that Mayweather has, but that ain't his fault. You know what I'm saying? I would put him at the table. Is he better or better? That's to be debated.
Right.
I have a hard time saying anyone's better than anything. That when we can't really put them in the ring with one another. The ring ultimately tells us who's better. So if people will say Bud is over Floyd, I don't have a problem with it because you going to speak to accomplishments. I look at skill set. If they were in the ring and they matched up, who would win? And that's where I would base everything off of. For me, it would be a hell of a win. I cannot deny that. And if he can pull that off, man, you better give him his flowers, dog. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. People sometimes try to pin these fighters up against each other. You know what I mean? Like I don't do it like that. It's just it's the same thing with the Usyk conversation. As far as is he better than, you know, does he beat Muhammad Ali? Does he beat? I'm not into that because they'll never fight each other. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not into that. They just won't never fight each other. But did he accomplish what he was supposed to accomplish in his era? What was in front of him? Did he knock down what was in front of him? Is there somebody who he was supposed to fight that he didn't fight? There was just, you know, any division he competed in, he competed at the highest level and won every championship, every piece of jewelry that was up in that division to take. He took it home with him. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
He didn't let nobody in his division walk around thinking they were better than him. You know what I'm saying? He fought them. Now, 154, people could put up an argument and say, well, he's not unifying there. Well, that's not necessarily what he was, what he has options. You know what I'm saying? And in a broader spectrum of things, the accolades and the accomplishments are way higher beating and fighting in Canelo Alvarez and unifying in his division. You know what I'm saying? So I can respect the options that are in front of him. Not to mention, like my guy Thomas Hill said, he is a prize fighter. You know what I'm saying? So he's going to aim at getting his pockets where they need to be. He has family. He's risking his life. He can die in that ring. All types of things can happen in there. That man got 6 children, a wife, a mother, all types of, you know what I mean? He's got a lot of people who are expecting him to be successful. So he's earned his right to get to this place and make a choice that may be more aligned with his money than what people might want to see as far as his legacy. Because nobody at 154 is going to get him that money that he's going to get for fighting Canelo Alvarez. But if he beats Canelo Alvarez, brother, he is in the conversation of he's an all-time great. He's all of the above. Right. He don't got to beat up Floyd Mayweather to be an all-time great. You don't got to beat him up. You don't got to beat up Sugar Ray Leonard. You don't got to beat up Marvin Hagler. They're not there. He's doing what he can do in his era. What's in front of him, the opportunities that are there for him to have accolades and accomplish great things, he's taking every single one of them. He beats Canelo Alvarez. Without Canelo Alvarez, he is who he is to me. But he beats Canelo Alvarez, don't none of y'all talk to me. Telling you right now.
Yeah, Clay, I like a lot of what you saying. I like just about everything that Tommy was saying too, but I hopped up here to offer my insight on the Usyk conversation. I think we got to give it to him, man, you know, because I don't believe that it's fair for you to compare eras, you know, the fighters from back then, you know, they might have been more tougher than, you know, facing more tougher competition than the fighters nowadays, but it's not their fault. You know, you got to deal with, you know, the era that they're put in, you know, right? So if we look at what all the things that Usyk did, you know, he started off at being undisputed at cruiserweight, you know, for a big accomplishment. And then he basically embodied pound for pound, yo. You know, pound for pound was created with people, you know, saying, oh, he's too small to fight the heavyweight, but, you know, the heavyweight champ. But if he was the same size as the heavyweight champ, would he be able to beat that guy? You know, he actually did it. He moved up. And not only did he beat the heavyweight champ, he became undisputed. So it was it was no dispute. You know what I'm saying? He had all the belts, all the hardware. So I think we got to give it to him, even though he might not be able to match up with Muhammad Ali's skill for skill or something like that. You know, I think we just got to give it to him. As far as Bud, same thing goes with Bud. But if Bud is able to move up and beat Canelo, man, I think that'll be hard for me. You know, if he's better than Floyd, I think he definitely in the conversation, man. He's moving up 3 weight classes, man. You know, that's crazy right there. I don't think he could win, but I gotta get behind him on this. You know, I'm going to be rooting for him if they do fight. Yeah, and I hope he can pull it off. If he pull it off, man, you know, looking at those accolades, man, belts matter to me. Belts matter to most people, actually, except for one weird fan base, but we ain't gonna get into that. But yo, man, if he do that, man, I think I had to put him next to Floyd, man. I would have to.
And would he be the best fighter of this era?
I would have to say yes. I would have to say yes.
Yeah, I would say yes.
Yeah,
but that's the error. You know what I mean? But I think the question was not the same as the question with Usyk, right? The Usyk question was more generated to, is he a great of all time? If you put him in a ring with these guys, right, in their accomplishments. This question was more based on, if he wins against Canelo, does he surpass Floyd like an individual? That's why I think that we kind of mixed the questions up a little bit, where it sounds to me where I'm getting the answers is, he don't have to beat this guy, this era, this. I don't think that was the question from Ryan. That is just saying, would he surpass him? Would he be more accomplished as a fighter?
How many fights do Bud have?
Yeah, 40 something.
47, 46. Let me see.
Yeah, he's up there.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah, because if you look at it, he almost did the same thing that Floyd did, and he got undisputed twice along the way.
That's why I compare Floyd and Crawford a lot. They're similar in a lot of things in their career, right?
Right.
Oh, he 41 fights. 41 fights. I'm wrong. 41.
Oh yeah, that's a little different.
Let's get those 9. Let's get those 9 in there.
Yeah.
You can have a 1-up on Floyd.
No, he ain't gonna fight that many more times. I don't think so. I think after this Canelo fight, he might be done.
But guys, look on the screen right here. What if this happens?
Claymore, what if Bud beats Canelo and then Skull and
that's 2 more fights? Yeah, he could do that.
It becomes 3-time undisputed at 168.
Yeah.
If he does that, that puts him in like the category of top box. Like, it doesn't even matter.
Then if he does that,
doesn't matter what division. That puts you in a whole different precedent of boxing, of greatest of all time.
Man, just say if he do that, he better than Floyd if he do that, man. That's all.
Yeah. Right. Frequent. That's what I'm trying to get. What I'm trying to say is, if he does that, that's it. That's it.
So then if this is his aim, the move should probably be Skull first, because now you give Canelo some incentive to go and fight you.
Nah, but you go to Canelo first because the money.
Yeah, because if he lose the Skull, it won't be worth it, bro.
You're good with that one and done.
You do your best and you go get that money. And
you might be right, Tommy.
But what if your boy Canelo don't give him that bread? Getting Skull and actually beating Skull gives him a shot at undisputed again.
No, because Canelo doesn't necessarily
the cherry on the pie is undisputed. We got to know that the assignment is the bag.
Right.
I know the assignment is the bag, and it's always been the bag. All the way from the bag when they made the first $1 Million gate, it's been the bag. Matter of fact, the reason why we watch anything is the bag. You know, people sponsor things because of the bag. But I'm saying, because Canelo might not be willing to give that fight. What if he does beat Skull and then he has a championship up there, and then that championship is the only championship that Canelo doesn't have? And that's where he's campaigning. It's more leverage for the fight.
If Canelo's willing to fight Terrence in May, if he's willing to do that, Tank is supposed to fight Canelo.
Oh yeah, if he's willing, definitely you don't pass on that, because there's no chance you. I mean, there's a good chance you don't even win that fight, but you get broke off. So yeah, you definitely do that. But if he's not willing and he wants that Canelo fight,
I agree.
That might be the way.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
Yo, I want to jump in real quick.
Well, I'm about to say salute to you. Go ahead. Salute the coach.
Yes,
Eddie.
salute to the panel. Hey, happy New Year, everyone. I know you're getting ready to wrap
my
up.
God.
What's going on, brothers? But yeah, man, this was too good. I had to hop in real quick.
Mm-hmm.
It's a misconception that, and this is my opinion. This is how I look at things. Just because you're the champion don't mean you beat everybody, because you ain't fought everybody. And the difference between what Terrence and Floyd is Floyd actually fought. I think he fought all his contemporaries, all of them. He fought Shane. He fought Oscar. He fought Pacquiao. He fought Zab. He fought Diego Corrales. He fought Chop Corley. He fought Sean Bay Mitchell. He has his resume is way better than Bud's resume. Right. I like Bud. I can keep it 100. Floyd went through a gauntlet, man. He went through a gauntlet of tough guys, man. You know what I'm saying? Not only that, moving up weight divisions. You know, he fought everybody that they thought could beat him, or give him a good run. A lot of people thought Zab had a nice shot, and Zab was doing his thing for a minute.
Right.
So at the end of the day, just because you beat Canelo, even let's say Terrence beats Canelo, okay. Terrence can't beat David Benavidez. David Benavidez will stomp a mud hole in Terrence Crawford. He would beat the brakes off of Terrence Crawford because I think he feels he has a chance against Canelo because of Canelo's physical dimensions. He's short. He can't beat freaking David Benavidez. If David Benavidez was at 168, Crawford would not bark up that tree if he had all them belts. He would stay the heck away from David Benavidez because he knows he's going to get stomped. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is, man. But I just want to jump in right there, and that's no shade to Terrence, but just because he beat Canelo, I don't think that if Crawford fought everybody at 154, he comes out unscathed. You know what I'm saying? There's some guys there that could probably beat him. You know what I mean? Did Floyd ever jump up 3 weight classes in one fight and beat the best guy up there, arguably? Well, just like it's an opportunity. It's opportunity. I mean, to me, Canelo's not the best guy at 168. The best guy at 168 just left the division. Yeah, in my opinion, you know what I mean. It's an opportunity. Just like Roy Jones jumping up to heavyweight, it was an opportunity. You know what I'm saying? Just like Canelo Alvarez jumping up to light heavyweight, it was an opportunity. He didn't fight the best guy at light heavyweight. He fought Sergey Kovalev, just like Roy Jones. I love Roy Jones, but he didn't fight the best heavyweight. He fought John Ruiz, a guy he knew he could beat. He didn't jump in there and fight Lennox Lewis. You know what I'm saying? The real champion at heavyweight division. So it's an opportunity. I think it's a winnable fight just based on the size dimensions. You got a guy that's 5'7", 5'8", who's really a small super middleweight. He's just strong. He got good skills, but it's the size that I think that Terrence Crawford feels he can win that fight.
100%.
Well, I feel like you're moving the goalposts on Bud, though, because you can't say that David Benavidez is at 168 if he's not there, bro. He's not there. Right now, Canelo is the best guy there. You can't talk about a person who was there when Bud get up there. He's the guy right there.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah. I do think it's an interesting conversation because I think it's what you said earlier, Coach, as far as we're talking about accomplishments like belts and unifications and, you know what I mean, and undisputed type of things. And, that's not necessarily what Floyd was there to do. Floyd got his belts and unified, but he also was notorious for vacating those belts. He never chased undisputed. He chased, money, obviously, but also he fought all his contemporaries, like you said. It's 2 different careers, right? But I just think on paper, Terrence Crawford has an argument there. If he beats Canelo Alvarez, he's in the conversation. He's there. He's in a part of the conversation that most people can't get into, because especially if he goes ahead and moves forward and beats Canelo and then fights Skull and becomes an undisputed champion at 168, and now he's a 3 weight class undisputed champion. I mean, he has his own lane that where Floyd's not going to be in the conversation with him, where he's going to be in his own conversation, like, yeah, okay, I didn't fight all these people you fought because those type of challenges weren't there for me the way they were there for you. You came in at a great time when Oscar De La Hoya was there, Shane Mosley was there, you know what I'm saying, even up to Marcus Maidana, Canelo Alvarez that was real young, all these fights that you had an opportunity to fight. I didn't necessarily have all those opportunities with the politics that he faced, with the cross the street politics and everything, but whatever he was able to do, he did. He didn't let nobody in a division that he was in hold a belt that he didn't, come to get, except for at 154 right now. So I mean, it is what it is. I don't want to pin them against each other, but if Terrence Crawford wins against Canelo Alvarez, bro, he's an ATG for sure. That's what he is to me.
Salute, guys.
Absolutely.
Go ahead, Boxing Hacker. Salute, by the way, man. How you doing, man? Long
Man,
time.
good. Happy
Salute,
holidays, everybody. Salute. Hey, what's up, Frequent? Hey, so I have like a different perspective on this, right? Well, similar, but a little bit different. So I think what happens here is that we as fight fans, we sort of immortalize fighters of the past, you know. We keep them in like this immortal thing where nobody of the future can ever be better than them. Like we'll say, oh, Floyd can never be better than Sugar Ray Leonard, or Floyd can never match up to Sugar Ray Robinson, you know. Or we'll say, oh, you can never compare like Devin Haney to Roberto Duran, you know, because we have these guys in this immortal pedestal, you know. But even I think you first of all you have to look at it has to be relative. You can't just be this person can never be this person, because in theory, and this is just in like logical theory, right? The fighters of the present should be better than fighters of the past. The reason why is because the fighters of the present should learn from the fighters of the past. Plus, now you have more machinery, now you have nutritionists, now you have more advanced training. So, like in theory, if we're talking about human beings, the people of the present should always be better than people of the past. Of course, that's not always the case, you know, but so that's what I'm saying. It's sort of like an unfair conversation when people have these things, you know. I heard somebody say, oh, Usyk can never be all-time great. He can never compare it to like Lennox Lewis. He can never compare to this guy, that guy. I'm like, it has to be relative because they haven't fought each other, so you can't say you can't compare. Who's to say that Lennox Lewis will actually beat Usyk? We don't know that. You know, like these are fights that never will happen. So we have to like look at it relatively, and when you look at it relatively, and then you try to figure out what the scale is, right? Because you have a situation where, are y'all hearing background noise?
A little bit, but not that bad. But yeah,
okay, because you have scale. The scale is weird because you know back in the day, people used to fight 15-round fights. Back in the day, people used to fight a lot. Like you have somebody like Robinson who has like over 170 fights. You know, how do you compare it to somebody like Floyd who only had like 50 fights, but was undefeated, you know? But, and to land with this, I'll just say that I would say Usyk's already all-time great to me. And he has to be in the power for power list because he moved up in weight. And I'll also say Crawford right now is all-time great as well. And I think he gets solidified if he beats Canelo.
Yeah, I agree, man. Guys, anybody want to? We get ready to do closing statements. We're definitely teetering on 4 hours. I'm loving it, but at the same time, you know what I mean.
Yeah. I just got. I'll hop over. I got to get to my other job, and I got to take the kid with me because he's going to practice. So you know, got to be that coaching dad too. Listen, guys, thank you for joining the channel. Happy New Year to you. Hope everything in 2024 is was good in your favor. If not, you know what I mean, it is in the past. Let's look forward to what's coming in our great year 2025. Let's make the right things happen. Let's support one another to keep all this boxing talk going. Let's support boxing in general. Let's support our families and everything else. I just want to say thank you. This has been a great year. It's been a roller coaster for Clay and I and some others. At the end of the day, prosperity happens, and because of the continuation of belief and having that belief in ourselves, have moved us into this point of acknowledging who we are today. And thanks to you guys, we made it. I really appreciate everyone in the chat. I really appreciate all the members. I really appreciate Claymore Rain, Tommy Hill for support, Flyer Frequency for support, Here for Boxing for support, Ross Clock, always that bum. God, thanks for the support, all you guys, and I really appreciate you. And thanks to all the new members. Coach, thank you for always your great words. You always bring great words up here. And Boxing Hacker, you are the inevitable speaker of boxing. I'm giving you that title. Don't worry about what anybody else says. You're going to do your thing because you always have a great point to cross when you do talk about boxing, and you have a great angle. So I support you on that notion. Thank you. Ryan, good luck. Sorry, up north, Boxing Day was a couple days away. Happy Boxing Day, belated. And salute to you too, brother. So, thank you again.
Yeah, man. Salute to everybody up here, man. A great year for ATP, man. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the love, man. It's been a journey, man. You know what I'm saying? Those of you who've been here grassroots or from the beginning, or even understand the foundation of how this was, this came to fruition, know that it came with a lot of adversity. It was very tense to say the least, while this thing was coming full circle. But look, man, the strong will survive. The truth will always come out. What's in the dark will always come to light. And that's benefited this channel. You know what I'm saying? Being true and honest and as unbiased as possible. And anything that I'm talking about or we're talking about, and staying with boxing has benefited this channel. You know what I mean? And hopefully it grows into something even bigger in 2025. I think great things are coming. I've got a lot of things going on in the background as far as like animate. Like I got a whole lot of things in the works. The support for the channel keeps those things alive. You guys will see this year as these things start coming to the table. You see some things that you'll realize where all the support has been going, and these things aren't easy to accomplish just off of my pockets. It takes the support from the channel as well. So I appreciate you guys, man. 2025 is going to be a great year. More boxing, big events. Support the channels that support world championship boxing. I emphasize on world because boxing is bigger than just what's going on here in America. It's going down all over the planet, man. And it's going to take everybody, all international boxing, to come together to keep this sport where it's supposed to be. It cannot be just isolated into one space. You can't support boxing only here in America and think you're supporting boxing. It doesn't function that way. It's world championship boxing. So support those who support that idea, man. I appreciate you guys. You guys enjoy your New Year's. Stay safe. God bless your families. And everybody, you know what I'm saying, who you love. I hope everybody's safe. Stay inside. If you can, if you're gonna be out, be responsible, man. And we'll see you guys in the morning, man. It's ATP Combat Media Show. Salute to everybody in the building. Oh, matter of fact, I don't know if anybody wants to say anything on the panel here. Coach Eddie, I know you usually have something to say. Thomas Hill, you know what I mean? We're going into the New Year's. If you guys want to drop something, the floor is yours.
Okay. Yeah, man. I just want to say, hey, man, congratulations on your success, man. I hope you continue to prosper in all your endeavors, man. And just like boxing, man, we talk X's and O's, but it's also the intangible thing that you can't measure, and that's what this channel brings: things that you can't measure. X's and O's are good. It sounds good on paper, but it's also will and determination. And I see that's what you got, brother. So keep up the good work.
Appreciate you, man. Thank you, Coach Eddie. Anybody else? We good?
Salute, man. Salute to you guys, man. It's been a year. Great year for boxing. Great year for me as well, for finding you dudes, man. Y'all is the realest ones on YouTube. I got a few other dudes I rock with. I don't rock with everybody, but, man, Claymore Rain and Ray Davis, they hold it down over here. So make sure y'all support the guys when you come over here. And definitely, man, I love coming up on the channel, talking this boxing with you dudes, and wish y'all nothing but the best in the new year, man. Can't wait to see what's going on with everybody, and hopefully we all at the top of the mountain, bro.
No doubt, man. Appreciate you, man. All right. On that note, Thomas.
No, let Hacker go. I know Hacker got to say something. He always got something to say. Go on, say something, Hacker.
I think Hacker vacuuming his crib, bro.
Oh, he is?
Yeah.
All right. You then. Well, hey, what Coach Eddie said and what my man Ron Fraser just said, all that really apply and stick. What you guys said about the new year, I wish that for each and every single one of you guys. Nothing but prosperity, nothing but life and love and true wealth, which is health, the love of God, and the love of self, and the love of family, bro. So, like, you guys have that, keep that with you, and let that be before you, beneath you, above you, behind you at all times, so that you be covered and protected in the best graces. But also, man, I will say one thing, man, and Floyd is my guy. Winky Wright. That was one fight I would have loved to see that didn't happen. That was the one fight that got away from him. But other than that, Paul Williams, yeah. Paul Williams as well, too. But I know Winky Wright. Definitely, he agreed to everything. That fight should have happened. But other than that, man, shout out to boxing. May boxing move forward in 25 and maybe get the fights that we want to see so these people can put to bed the talking points and the things that we use to discredit folks or to put folks above one another, but and we actually let it be settled in the ring, man. Because I made a comment the other day, and I stand by it. The only trial we should take in this sport is in the ring. Everything should be settled in that ring. Shouldn't go anywhere. We shouldn't take to Twitter. We shouldn't take to Instagram. We shouldn't take to the streets. We shouldn't take to court. We should take that bad boy to the ring and let them fists fly and see who got the best that day. And maybe we get the best boxing in that same way. We starting off with a bang. We got 2 heavy hitters coming up. We got some good fights in January that's coming up. So let us take the positive energy forward and let's move away from denigration, degradation, all kinds of Asians, and let's go into the point where we can actually be boxing fans and not fans of fighters. That's all I gotta say.
Preach. Yeah, man. I mean, shout out once again, one of the best panels. I love the panels. Shout out to Echo. I know Echo didn't come up here today, but we miss you, Echo the Decker. He's always there to build with us. I'm sure he's doing a lot of great things with his family and enjoying his holidays. But I definitely want to take the time to shout him out because he's always there to support, man. Right. Much love to Echo, man, for sure.
And shout out to Boxing Kangaroo, who we haven't seen in a while.
Oh yeah, man.
And we already know it's New Year's over there, so you know what I mean. Happy New Year to you.
No doubt, man. Salute to all you guys, man. Appreciate you guys, man. Ray Davis, Happy New Year's.
Thank you for saying you.
We'll talk tomorrow, man. It is what it is. Right.
They hate when you elevate. The second of losses, I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. Yeah, they hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, yeah. I had to elevate. I'm way too fly, yeah, I'm feeling myself. Ain't no chance I'm coming down, no. Got a soul view to myself, yeah. Why would I give it up? Why do they wanna come take my place? I work too hard for it, don't need a replacement. This my vocation, now I got rollies, all in rotation. Hop on a jet just to take a vacation. Remember the moments was trapped in the basement. Now the hard work is all taking me places. Squatting all bad like we trapped in the matrix. Bet on myself and go ball out in Vegas. Living